Ya estamos en Facebook.
Buen día a todos. Estamos aquí con el tercer día del segundo Congreso de Lingüística Aplicada. Estamos muy contentos de estar aquí con ustedes. Tenemos esta mañana un programa muy especial para todos, empezando una hora temprano, ya que tenemos con nosotros a profesionales de la Universidad de Melbourne, de Australia, quienes nos acompañan a 14 horas de diferencia. Así que estamos primeramente con la conferencia de la profesora Julie Choi de la Universidad de Melbourne, Australia, y luego un panel que organizó ella con sus estudiantes doctorales. Y finalmente, a continuación, tenemos al profesor Ruber Maciel de la Universidad de Mato Grosso do Sul, y luego seguimos con paneles de lengua castellana y por la tarde continuamos con un programa bastante intenso y muy interesante. Así que agradecemos a todos por estar aquí. Ahora voy a pasar el micrófono a Iván Ramírez, profesor de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción, en la carrera de lengua inglesa, quien estará moderando esta conferencia y que vienen a continuación. Adelante, Iván, bienvenido y muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
Thank you so much, Professor Ganese, and welcome, dear colleagues, researchers, and experts from the region. It's truly a pleasure to have this panel today on a really exciting topic, which is translanguaging. This is the third day of the conference, so I hope that you have enjoyed all the other conferences. Today we have Professor Julie Choi, and she is a senior lecturer in education in additional languages in the Melbourne Graduate School of Education. Her research projects focus on translingual pedagogies that promote cultural and linguistic diversity, inclusion and equity, autoethnography, critical reflexivity, and narrative inquiry. She's the co-editor of the book Language and Culture, Reflective Narrative and the Emergence of Identity, Plurilingualism and Teaching and Learning, Complexities in Context, and she's the sole author of Creating a Multivocal Self, Autoethnography as Method, in which she reflects on the complexities of her own multilingual upbringing, speaking Korean, Chinese, Japanese, and English. So, Professor Julie Choi, is truly a pleasure to have you here. Thank you so much for accepting the invitation. And, well, the floor is yours.
Adelante, vamos a ir con el video y luego tenemos las preguntas.
Hello everyone, and thank you to the organizers for this invitation to present in this conference. Before I begin, I would like to acknowledge the traditional owners of the land on which this recording is taking place, the land of the Wurundjeri, and pay respect to their elders and families. I have entitled this presentation Translanguaging in Education for What? In order to dive into this term that has been receiving a lot of attention over the last decade in language education, sometimes with very particular meanings and purposes, and other times, and I would say the majority of times, without a clear understanding of the term. And I'm not surprised by this confusion. In a recent commentary by the Center of Applied Linguistics, as you see here, they pinpoint the many ways in which translanguaging has been talked about in the literature. And Jasper also comments that it can apply to an innate instinct that includes monolinguals, performance of fluid language use that pertains to bilinguals, a bilingual pedagogy or a theory or approach of language, or a process of personal and social transformation. So in concurring with Jasper's sentiment that this is a lot for one term, Cummins states that the term carries extraneous conceptual baggage. Some years ago, Matsuda pointed out the popularity in taking up the term translingual writing in writing programs across the US. He discusses the various effects the introduction of a term has for people in the field. He states that for some, there is a desire to use the new and exciting notion, the frustration of not fully understanding what it looks like or how it works, and even the fear that the new ideas are going to push them out of their comfort zone. Understanding the important intellectual movement behind this practice called translingual writing, Matsuda very rightly points out that inflating a term and concept has serious consequences. The term can lose its descriptive and explanatory power, leading to the trivialization and eventual dismissal of the concept. So we don't want this to happen to translanguaging, which means it is important for us to think through and review its intellectual and transformative value. And being clear about the perspective is, in fact, the very first thing that translanguaging scholars will ask you to do when thinking about translanguaging in relation to pedagogy. That is, the need to be clear about the stance, the ideological system, beliefs that informs teachers' approaches to teaching immersion bilinguals, which I think seems reasonable, as I can't imagine how any meaningful design and shifting work can happen if teachers aren't clear about what the educational philosophy of the terms they are taking up are rooted or grounded in. Of course, different scholars may have different underlying beliefs, but for the purposes of this talk, I will centralize the ideas focusing on Ofelia Garcia and others she writes with, as I understand them to be the key pioneers in introducing this term to educational linguistics. Okay, so let's begin with what translanguaging is by starting with its conceptualization of bi- or multilingual language use. And I'll borrow an image used in one of Kate Seltzer's presentation recently. So the traditional view of bilingualism is characterized as languages as separate, discrete, and bounded groups of features, so separate linguistic systems. And in such a system, people code switch. They switch in and out of separate languages. And so when we think about the multilingual, we may think that they are two monolinguals in one body. In the current view, which is characterized by many different and perhaps subversive prefixes, such as pluri, trans, poly, and metro, the understanding is even if there is an external perspective out there in the world where different languages exist, in the internal life of multilingual speakers, they are all just one complex and dynamic linguistic system. So F is for the features of the speaker's linguistic repertoire here, and N stands for nominal number. So under this view, we all have our own special mix of languages and self-expression. In other words, we each have our own idiolect. So we are all native speakers of our own idiolect, and we belong wherever we feel belonging. Whereas in this other view, some consequences may be that speakers can be socialized into harmful ideologies that can lead to feelings of being an illegitimate speaker and develop other oppressive emotions such as shame and fear that shape the identities and lives of speakers, which was actually my own multilingual experience. So generally speaking, we might say that this way of thinking, or this starting point, opens up more possibilities for multilingual speakers, since speakers are not trapped by pre-existing categories, borders, or boundaries. One has one's own way of being, thinking, knowing, understanding, and the goal is to develop these repertoires. So from a translanguaging perspective, even if they recognize that languages do have an important sociocultural reality in the lives of speakers, their focus is not on this external view, but on the ways in which multilinguals use their language resources. And if languages do not have any linguistic reality, then it is not a thing, an object, or an entity. We do not have something called languages, and all the categories that like to box language up aren't useful either. So classifications like L1, L2 also don't make much sense, and we do not go across or transfer from one language to another since they do not exist in those bounded ways. So translanguaging zooms in on the process, the doing, the ing. It sees language as a practice, an act that we engage in, and thus dynamic because our communicative practices are contingent and not scripted. Our various meaning-making resources exist in one unitary semiotic repertoire, and we select language features according to the context we are performing in. So the trans in translanguaging thinks about language practices as transcending, that is to go beyond, and thus it is focused on the emergent and rejects ways of talking about the creativity of multilingual language practices as being contained in rigid, prepackaged boxes of languages, such as switching in and out of languages. The languaging aspect of translanguaging, which I attribute mostly to Meryl Swain's work in the early 2000s, is complementary to the ways in which translanguaging is understood. In the first instance, the focus in languaging is on our capacity to make meaning. So as you see here, the notion focuses on the use of resources in the process of meaning making, not the language structure per se. So this will include all kinds of semiotics, such as images, gestures, our senses, etc., since we rarely ever just use language to make meaning. The goal is to broaden students' meaning-making repertoires and to use the new features confidently to do what they want to do. So for teachers, this means we create learning tasks and activities that enable students to work together to solve problems and negotiate meaning. So in this regard, if we bring the trans, that notion of the dynamic and emergent together, with the languaging that focuses on each individual speaker's processes of meaning making, then we are talking about the fluid use of everything we have, that is our existing knowledge and skills, to make meaning in ways that make sense to us. More recent publications in translanguaging go beyond this idea of fluid meaning making. As we see here, there is an awareness that any depoliticized approach to multilingualism lacking an explicit social justice perspective will contribute to the production of neoliberal subjects in ways that exacerbate existing global racial and class inequities. So social justice, as in everyone deserving equal economic, political, and social rights and opportunities, has, I think, always been at the heart of translanguaging, but it is much more pronounced in the recent literature. So in the current notion of trans in translanguaging in relation to education and social justice for racialized and language minoritized students, two ideas come to mind: the transcending of social, cultural, and geographical boundaries that dichotomize, like native speaker or non-native speaker, standard or non-standard language, first or second language, academic or non-academic language. And the second notion is transgression, to push against existing relations of linguistic and political powers. And of course, the U.S. has a long history of such notions for transgression in education as a practice of freedom from many of the Black feminist activists' work, such as Bell Hooks and others who have created culturally responsive pedagogies. However, in our increasingly divided and divisive world, actions and treatments such as paternalism and oppression are shared and intensifying around the world, as we see in the news every day. We see bias, racism, and stereotyping get recreated and reified in schools. Writing about plurilingual learners and schooling, Margaret Hawkins states plurilingual students face social stigma, rejection, and often isolation, and can come to feel that they don't belong, that this is not a place for people like them. We see this role of schools very clearly in the literature on Aboriginal EAL students in Australian schools, for example, where Rubino discusses how schools accelerate the process of linguistic assimilation, and there being increasing invisibility of Aboriginal students because of our misrecognitions or lack of understanding of Aboriginal language or Aboriginal English-speaking students. Issues of not belonging, exclusion, racism, and othering are rife in the literature on refugee background students in Australian schools also. Students themselves do have a desire to belong and a need to perform well at school. But as we can see here, in a wonderful meta-synthesis of the literature on Australian teachers and students' beliefs and attitudes towards language, mostly over the last 10 years, that my student Florence McKay did very recently, English language learners in our context are filled with deficit language ideologies themselves, which have been shaped by multiple discourses and practices in many different but interrelated spheres of their educational socialization. The literature also shows our teachers carry a range of monoglossic ideologies of language purity and appropriacy, and these too are shaped by multiple forces within their teaching life. And so much of these unhelpful and damaging consequences in language education stems from policies and practices that have the explicit goal of creating a monocultural and monolingual society. Monolingualism has a genesis in colonialism that has at its heart linguistic homogeneity, that understands all of us share a single common national language and culture, that we have one language only, which can lead to policies like English-only policies, that we must restrict language used to one language at a time, and practices to keep languages separate. And such underpinnings would see the mixing of languages as leading to contamination and deficit views of minority or migrant background students. The quotes here are a collection from secondary teachers who have seen other teachers talk about English language learners in deficit ways. Where do these ideas come from? Often, they can be traced back to the monolingual mindsets I described earlier. They do have real effects in schools. In the now hundreds of narratives, anecdotes, and interviews I have read and conducted myself with a range of plurilingual students, I can confidently say students do know and feel they are being seen in these ways. They don't feel they have the power nor the language to respond, so they either see the fault within themselves, i.e., that their English is not good enough, or they simply disconnect, believing this is not a world for them. So at the heart of translanguaging, and this doesn't matter which scholar you are reading and which region they're coming from, one thing does remain. They are all working towards equity, and that is in creating the conditions in which everyone can participate, prosper, and reach their full potential. In transcending inequities, translanguaging positions itself as a political act that has not just advocacy, but activism, empowerment, transformation in mind. And to do so, there is a strong emphasis on decolonizing the practice of domination. In a decolonizing framework, pedagogies would be shaped by acts of disrupting, challenging, questioning, and transforming. We will need to undo and reconfigure with equal access and equity in mind. And some entry points of this undoing may be in embracing complexity, starting from the internal, collaborating, listening, and learning from each other. In an incredibly creative and meaningful project two of my Japanese exchange students did some years ago, while they traveled to Australia wanting to engage with the world but being too afraid to do so because of certain fears that they had developed in performing linguistically, I learned that they did want to join new communities and participate in new cultural practices, but they wanted to do these things without having to be anyone other than themselves. Their goal wasn't to speak like a native speaker, nor be integrated into some national culture, and they weren't interested in being measured against other people's standards. They wanted to be free from everyone else's expectations and to be free to explore who they could be, drawing on their own ways of learning, knowing, and being in the world. In short, they just wanted to be somebody in the world, someone they themselves see as special. But you cannot do that if you are entering every new space and practice with deficit thinking happening inside of you. And as I showed you earlier with the deficit thinking being reflected in teachers' comments about language minoritized students, we can already see the uneven playing field that multilingual students have to learn in. Whatever they do, they are still seen as inferior. So how can they negotiate a voice, their meaning, when the roads are blocked? So you increase your capacity to engage not as a second or foreign language speaker or even a dual language speaker. You cannot become somebody unless you can engage with others as yourself. And to do that, you need to develop your own voice, something I do not see a lot of in all sectors of education these days that is heavily skills-based. Such developments can't happen if we're simply just thinking about translanguaging as a scaffold to learning English, or if home languages are viewed only as a stepping stone until they master English. A translanguaging approach underpinned by a transformative stance means we need to build relationships with our students, which entails getting to know who our students are and the ideologies that have shaped their language practices. And they're not going to give us such deep insights, are they, if we don't shift our power relations? So translanguaging gives us an opportunity to open up important discussions on how we think about language and equity in education, but one has to learn about its underpinnings. With any approach, my first inclination is to think about what the ideological set of beliefs are, why and where I see the approach as useful, and I would do a critical reflection of how my views have been shaped and whether these make sense in relation to the students I am teaching. In implementing any task or activity with translanguaging in mind, the questions I tend to reflect on are things like, how do my tasks or activities help students learn about the effects of language on their lives, others, and the world? Or how do my tasks or activities help us understand the intersections of language, power, equity, and anti-oppression? So schools do need to make space for teachers to critically reflect on their decisions for teaching and learning with experts, and they need to stop expecting that teachers should do yet another thing in their own time. While there are many interconnected spheres of life we must consider when we are talking about transformations in schools, we should never forget, as Kathleen Hughes suggests here, promising change comes from below, from teachers in the classrooms. A great starting point is to see multilingualism as the norm, a natural way of life, if we are going to break the stubborn deficit views of linguistic diversity held in schools, in teachers' and students' bodies, so that we can create the best learning opportunities for all children, then we need to get serious about recognizing the intersections and interconnectedness of language and all of these other dimensions that are inseparable from language and literacy. And of course, these lines are also not so clear and distinct anymore either. Finally, I believe in a togetherness, which is described by translanguaging scholars as juntos, that can allow us to disrupt, negotiate, and reconfigure ways we think about language diversity. In the panel Transformative Relations of Power that follows, I think you will see what enormous possibilities and also challenges are involved as we work together, pushing back against dominant policies and discourses in our own subtle ways, and just doing our own thing. In my collaborations with this new generation of teachers and scholars, I've come to believe very strongly that our collaborative efforts in thinking with new words can help us think differently about the new worlds we seek to build in Juntos. Thank you everyone for your attention. Muchas gracias. 감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Professor Julie Choi. Professor Kenese, we're going to open the questions sessions, the Q&A, right?
Yes.
Okay, fantastic. So there's one question here for you, Yuli. And how can a translanguaging view of language teaching help teachers overcome harmful ideologies and deficit views of language in education? That's the first question, and the other one is it's in our own context, especially in minoritized communities such as that of rural Guarani speakers in Paraguay. There's a situation here in Paraguay, especially in the countryside, where we're still struggling with bilingual education, especially because Guarani, which is our Aboriginal language, still doesn't have, well, according to some experts, the same status as Spanish should have, which is interesting because a huge percentage of our population speak the language, or 90%, if I'm not mistaken, Professor Canessa.
A large population. With the latest numbers are about 50% of the population is bilingual, and about 35% monolingual Guarani, and about 15% monolingual Spanish. So we do have a large percentage of bilinguals in our country, and there are those ideologies and things that you were mentioning are still very much alive in our school system.
Thanks so much for that question. I think in the first instance with the teacher education, this will apply for any context. And this is the exact point that I tried to make in this talk. You can't do anything until you start to educate teachers about the deep ideologies that are inside these approaches. So it's not enough to go in there and talk to teachers about ways of using this as scaffolding. Teachers will immediately want to move into things like pedagogical tricks or strategies. But the important thing is really to build that stance and to open up the space for teachers to be thinking about, well, all approaches have ideologies behind them. And no matter what we choose, they're all going to have certain kinds of belief systems embedded in them. So we need to open up the space and talk to teachers about that. That needs to be part of the education. We also need teachers to, and this can't be just something that is, we've given a lecture, so we're done. These ideologies, I think, are deep-seated. We've grown up with them for all our lives. So we need reflective activities, tasks. It's an ongoing, continuous task. And it's often very difficult for teachers, even when they are on board, even when they are super enthusiastic, they will find themselves doing exactly the things that they learned from their own language learning experiences. So we need to make space for that in our schools, and we need to take, I think, reflection very seriously. Actually, we need to re-energize that space, because I think a lot of people are tending to think about reflection as, teachers sitting around writing their diaries. No, that's not the point about reflection. And I'm talking about critical, self-reflexive reflections, where teachers are asking some serious questions. The issue of the Guarani speakers, I think, is an issue that we have everywhere in the world, particularly in the more indigenous spaces and also in language minoritized spaces. And I think another question that we would need to start asking is, at the core of all of this, has the structure of power embedded in it? So those in power, are they willing to listen? Are they willing to even have a conversation? Is there any room for negotiation here? And if that's not the case, then how are we going to start that work? So it's true that it can't be just about teachers in their classrooms doing this work. It has to be supported by the structures. It's a systemic thing. But how, we are going to need to open up that conversation with policymakers And we're going to have to bring in the understanding that multilingualism is the norm. It's not just about that community. It's the norm of the world. And it is a natural way of life. And we're going to have to outline all of the consequences that these harmful ideologies are having on our students' bodies, our teachers' bodies, our communities, and so on and so forth. So it is a really, really difficult issue here, United States, everywhere, as we see also, particularly where race is involved. And that's the real beauty of translanguaging too, because it's not just about language. Well, nothing is ever just about language anyway, but when race is involved, and I think this is the work that translanguaging is doing really up front and center at the moment. I mean, I think they are also moving away from the terminology of emergent bilinguals to talk about racialized bilinguals, to talk about language minoritized bilinguals. So this is the fight that I think translanguaging is continuing to push. And if we don't understand where translanguaging is coming from or how it's evolving and moving, then I think we are falling back into those older pedagogies of, oh, well, we'll have some bilingual pedagogy, let's scaffold to master something in English. And that's actually really not the point of translanguaging at the moment.
Thank you so much. I just want to mention that this is so good for us because we do have really deep-rooted, strong language ideologies in our country. For example, regarding how Paraguayans do not know how to speak and don't know how to speak either Spanish or Guarani. Neither language is spoken. And we are now in the process of revisiting these ideas. And even now Guarani scholars are looking into that. And it's really useful what you're sharing with today. And I will give the floor to Ivan because I'm taking over. I'm sorry.
No, it's fine. I mean, thank you, Professor. I mean, your interventions are amazing. There's one question, and you mentioned, Yuli, the fact the fact of using translanguaging as a scaffolding tool to learn an additional language. And every time I explain the concept of translanguaging to my colleagues or to other teachers, first of all, they confuse it with code switching, and it's hard for them to differentiate. Okay, how translanguaging is different from code switching. And the other thing is that, especially in the context of teaching English as a foreign language, it's hard for some teachers to see how translanguaging is actually helping, to learn the additional language. So it's how we can, or how is it possible to explain that translanguaging is also actually helpful in EFL context?
Ivan, I think I might leave that question for Kaylin Liu, who is going to be talking about translanguaging quite thoroughly. And I think the work that we have done together will probably answer that question. But it also depends, as I said in the beginning of my own talk, where you're coming from with translanguaging. So, you can be coming from that kind of critical edge of translanguaging, and then they want to see completely separate from code switching. Or there are other scholars who would like to think about it as a continuum. So there can be some code switching work, there can be some translation work, and then there's also translanguaging is one part of that, right? So it really depends. And I think some scholars would even just tell you, well, it is really the perspective of looking at these language practices and saying, well, what people are doing there seems to be about separating, thinking about languages as these separate linguistic systems. So, they use language in a way that it looks very bounded. Whereas in other contexts, some people will say, well, yeah, I don't see language like that. Language is just one completely fluid, dynamic, emergent synergy, synergistic system, and so on. So if that's the way that they see it, then obviously it's a perspective thing, right? They're coming to the language, use and saying, no, that's not bounded at all. That is fluid, flexible, so on and so on and so on. But also when we say that something is fluid and flexible, it doesn't mean that there's no fixity. There's in that usage. Of course, we are always thinking about the patterns in our spaces. So there are patterns of speaking and ways of being, but it's not essentialized. It's not like, oh, I am in Paraguay, that's why I must speak this way. The point is that we are performing, it's performative. So we have a history of performing in a certain way, in a certain space. We have a different way of performing in a different space. And so in that regard, I think translanguaging understands that to be, we select our language features carefully. We're not just doing random things. We obviously are thinking quite carefully about the spaces that we are in and the ways in which we can perform ourselves. But I suppose the point about translanguaging for me, and I'm not trying to talk about any other scholar, and just from my own experience, is that way of allowing us to, even if we have some patterned way of speaking, and there's performance involved, it still leaves a lot of space open for us to be, for there to be new possibilities. Okay, so there's all these new spaces that I go in. I'm not necessarily changing myself completely, but what is interesting is in that space, something new emerges because I am with these new people, new ways of speaking, rules that I don't know, things that are unpredictable. So new things start to emerge, and that can be me too. So I think translanguaging in that way of thinking about it as one unitary repertoire just opens up more for me. It's not necessarily that I reject code switching. And I think Professor Liwei also talks about this as, translanguaging is not something that replaces code switching. So in this regard, yeah, it will depend on how people seek to think about that. Other people also think about things as coexisting. I mean, do we have to be choosing one over the other? Or can we think that I myself feel that this openness, this translanguaging way is a better thing for me, but maybe for my students, they don't have that history. And maybe for them, code switching still makes very good sense for them. But again, regardless of that, we should be open up the space in the classroom with teachers, with students to explore these ideas. The idea is not to force them to feel a certain way, but to inform. I mean, how many times have you in your lifetime, I mean, you're a very educated person yourself, how many teachers have told you to think differently or that there are different ways to think about language usage? Not many. Nobody ever told me that. I learned it through my own doctoral research. So there is scope here to open up such conversations in the classroom and help our students to see differently. And it is not to impose or to intimidate. It is to inform and to have collegial discussion about such things. And the other point, just one last point I'll make is students may think something right now, like, no, I reject that. I don't want to think this way. This does something to my identity. I'm not happy with this. Well, fine, that's okay too. But you may find that 5 years down the road, they may have a very different lifestyle, a very different life circumstance, which makes them think, yes, I need to maybe think differently about this. So multilingualism is across the lifespan. It is not just one point in time. And we have to understand that identities and language practices change over time and space. So that's also another thing to consider.
Thank you so much, Professor Julie. All right, so now we are proceeding with the next panel, and we have the experts from the University of Melbourne. We have Kaylin, Katrina, and we have we have Kaylin, Katrina, and Fisa. Okay, so thank you so much also for sharing your knowledge with us about this exciting topic of translanguaging. So let's start with the video.
Hi everyone, I'm Norfiza. My presentation today, Laughter, Gesture, and Sips of Coffee, is about looking at interactions through a transmodal lens based on a recording between me and my professor, Dr. Julie Choi. I'll begin by speaking briefly about the trans-turn in applied linguistics before elaborating on transmodality and how it extends from multimodality. Next, I will share a case study of transmodality in action and illustrate how power was negotiated throughout the interaction. And finally, I'll conclude with some implications for both teachers and researchers. A central idea of the trans-turn is about moving beyond named languages and recognizing languaging as a dynamic act. Languaging is also socioculturally shaped and thus subject to sociopolitical forces that result in inequalities between languages and language users. However, therein lies the beauty of the trans perspective, which holds the promise of transgressing and transcending these power relations. Of course, we can't talk about multimodality without mentioning Günter Kress. It's important to note that transmodality is not a dismissal or critique of multimodality per se, but a progressive push towards exploring how modes operate in a constantly evolving world. So Margaret Hawkins has taken up this concept, which she sees as an extension of how multimodality in keeping with the trans-turn in applied linguistics. So one of Kress's most prominent ideas was how language is no longer the carrier of all meaning. If you look at this diagram, this is a common way of thinking about multimodality by identifying the individual modes and analyzing the meaning they each carry. Kress also defined modes as socially shaped and culturally given, and that meaning-making is a result of human design. Transmodality, however, pushes this one step further and not only decenters language, but also human modes, highlighting how objects also have semiotic power and carry meaning. Rather than looking at individual modes, transmodality view modes as inseparable and influencing each other as they intermingle. It also accounts for space and time, and more importantly, the constant presence of power. Instead of human design, transmodality sees meaning-making as a process of assemblage. For my case study of transmodality in action, I will be sharing screenshots from a recording I made with my professor, Dr. Julie Choi. She felt my paper on plurilingual practices could be useful for future students, so we decided to do a presentation of my paper in conversation with her. Already, this recording is transmodal in that it transcends space and time, but at the same time, the fact that it's recorded and that this recording took place in Julie's office on a subject that she's an expert in. As you can see, she's written a whole book about it. And also this was my first time co-presenting. All this created an incredibly high power asymmetry between us. Yet by the end of the recording, we both felt we had produced a rich and transformative co-construction of knowledge. What I hope you'll see in the next few slides then is how this negotiation of power took place through a complex entanglement of modes. Here you see a screenshot and a transcript of the opening minute of the recording. As you can imagine, I was very nervous and we both felt really awkward in this situation. So we just started laughing because that's what you do in nervous situations, right? But then right after that, Julie turns back to face the camera and realizes her proximity to the camera and adjusts herself. This is a moment of self-awareness where she realizes her dominant presence in the video. So she tries to create participation parity by moving away from the camera and angling herself towards me more. This is the first of many reconfigurations that attempted to create more collaborative relations of power. So after the introduction, Julie says, I'll hand it over to you. But just because she's handed it over to me doesn't immediately make me feel like I'm the expert in this room. So one way my nervousness showed is this posture, me clasping my hands like I'm praying. However, on her part, Julie modulates the power by adopting this thinking posture, signaling to me that she's intellectually engaging with what I'm saying. And as I continued, Julie begins directing her gaze at me, giving me her full attention as I speak. Through these gestures and postures, she is positioning me as an expert and equal in this interaction through these embodied modes. But then here you see Julie's arms are crossed while I speak. Taken out of this context, some might see this as a negative thing, but having seen her in this pose before while teaching, I didn't see it negatively. I just read it as a professorial stance. You can see I'm still quite comfortable here, gesturing animatedly as I speak. Applying the transmodal perspective, we can see how a mode such as this posture carries specific meaning in this specific time and place and between these specific people. About 10 minutes into the presentation, I was becoming more comfortable and able to direct my gaze at Julie and the camera quite interchangeably. So you see Julie begins to slouch in her seat, this time embodying a relaxed person, signaling that it's okay, I'm not the presenter in this moment, I can just sit here and relax and listen. Perhaps the best example of what a synergic moment could look like, about 1.5 hours into the presentation, we were both talking at the same time and completing each other's sentences and making the same gestures. This couldn't have happened if I didn't feel comfortable speaking while Julie is speaking, which wouldn't have happened if we hadn't done all this negotiation of power through our bodies, our interactions with each other, as well as the objects in our space. Objects that might seem insignificant, like a pen and paper. You can see here that my hands are clasped again. This is because Julie has just asked me a question. And even though I've been speaking for an hour by now, I'm immediately nervous again. But as I answer, Julie starts writing notes. And this is again a way she positions me as an expert. She actively engages with what I'm saying. She writes notes as I speak, and this helps validate my expertise. Another object that featured prominently in our interaction is the coffee cup. As you can see, we each had one. What you're seeing here is another pattern. Each time Julie asks a question, she will drink her coffee. And this had two effects. First, it reinforced the casual atmosphere that this is just us chatting over coffee, but also it physically stops her from interjecting, and it becomes this signal of the floor is yours, and I'm just going to listen, and I'm not going to interrupt or correct your response. However, note how even as she is constantly moderating this power, the moment Julie asks a question, I am praying all over again. So it's important to realize that this negotiation of power is not a one-time or linear process. No matter how comfortable I got, the minute she asked me a question, it still made me nervous. We really cannot underestimate just how deeply power is infused in every interaction. So while Julie was drinking her coffee throughout the presentation, for me, I only started holding the coffee cup 1 hour into the recording, but I did not drink from it. I held it, I spun it while she was speaking, but it is only 10 minutes before we finished that I finally take a long sip from my coffee. The same object in the same space carried vastly different meanings for us. These coffee cups not only played an integral role in the interaction, more importantly, it influenced how and what we were able to say and do. And finally, here we have another inanimate object, a blank wall. As we got more and more excited, Julie began illustrating a point she was making on this imaginary whiteboard. And I engaged with these invisible words on this invisible whiteboard. I look at it, I refer to it. The rich flow of ideas between us could not be limited by what was not in our space. So instead, we reimagined our space. and allowed our ideas to transcend the words we were saying into this imaginary whiteboard that we both could see. So really what I've shown you is a story of how a nervous student and her professor came together and produced synergic collaborative knowledge. And here's a WhatsApp conversation we had immediately after the presentation. As you can see, we were both very much transformed by what we had experienced. This was not what we had anticipated when we thought about doing this. So how did we achieve this freaking amazing conversation that had so many dimensions, that was so rich and intense that it was mind-blowing, and an interaction that felt like a moment of true synergy? Well, it wasn't just through words, nor was it just about our proximity to each other or our body language and gestures. But the interaction was also very much shaped by the inanimate objects in our space, like the camera, which not only affected the direction of our gaze, but also influenced our proximity to each other. And you saw how significant the notebook and pen was. And the coffee cups, which had very different meanings for us, but so much meaning that it helped us shift the power dynamics between us. And of course, the wall, a blank wall that was transformed into a mode of communication. And let's not forget the space it was recorded in Julie's office, on university grounds, and also the spaces that future students who view this will be occupying, and how that will also influence the meanings they take away from it. Once you see how all these layers of modes intermingle and influence each other, you really see how human interactions embody all these trans ideas of fluidity, hybridity, synergy, and so on. At the end of the day, transmodalities references transcendence and transgression, where inequitable relations of power can be dismantled and reconfigured and afford equal representation to all participants in the transmodal interaction. So what does it all mean? Given how deeply embedded power is in every context and interaction, the value of transmodality is in how it enables us to not only observe complex entanglements of people, things, messages, but also why they matter, how it can help us transgress these inequalities. Seeing things transmodally also help us understand others and ourselves better. We become more self-aware of how our presence in any interaction and the objects and space we are in shapes the meanings that can be produced. We get a fuller picture of how humans communicate and begin to understand the people we are studying much more deeply. For educators, we need to recognize the high power asymmetry in our classrooms and the spatial and embodied modes that can help us shift this power. We need to see teaching as transmodal interaction, an interaction that is more complex than just words, to look beyond language and notice the rich ways our students are communicating, the various resources they negotiate with when meaning making. This is a way to highlight the multiplicity of perspectives and experiences among our students. If we open up this space for different ways of knowing, being, and doing, this could begin dismantling exclusionary teaching practices. This could be a way of doing what Freire once called teaching as an act of love. In the hyper-connected world we live in today, we increasingly encounter each other across greater distances and differences. How can we attempt to surmount this? If we are to teach, research, and speak differently, we need to start looking differently. And transmodality is one way you can do that. Thank you.
What an amazing topic. I learned so much. I mean, there's so many things that I just didn't like, I took for granted. Especially this power relation with, teachers, students, professors, students, that now, I'm thinking back and now how I what's my body language in front of the classroom, for example, and now I might be more conscious about it. That's was an amazing presentation. Professor Canese, question. Are we going to open now the questions for This presentation
we do all of the presentations first and then the questions.
Okay, fantastic. So I have a lot of questions. Thank you. Okay.
Adelante, Daniel.
So let's go with the next presentation.
Hello everyone, my name is Kaylin Liu. I'm a Chinese background teacher teaching EAL, English as an Additional Language, at a public secondary school in Melbourne, Australia. Before I begin my presentation, I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of this land on which we're gathered here and pay my respect to their elders past, present, and future. My presentation today is about knowledge building through collaborative translation and translanguaging practices, a study based on a text messaging moment that happened between Dr. Julie Choi and me one evening in 2020, where we tried to solve a linguistic problem together. We are at once the researchers and the participants of our own study, and in this presentation I'll also include what this experience means for me in terms of teaching EAL. So I'll start my presentation by introducing a teaching problem that I face in relation to this idea called translanguaging. Then I'll discuss the relationship between translanguaging and translation before showing you an example taken from that text messaging experience to help us think through this problem. I'll finally conclude by sharing what we could learn from this experience. So I've always been wanting to enact this idea called translanguaging in my EAL class. Translanguaging is a different way of seeing languages, not as separate systems such as English and Chinese that sit within multilinguals' head, but instead as a fluid social practice where multilinguals draw on diverse linguistic and other resources from their one unitary repertoire to create meaning. From this translanguaging lens, EAL students are not deficient English speakers, but rather resourceful multilinguals because their home languages are no longer irrelevant or detrimental to their English learning, but always a part of their meaning-making repertoire and can help them expand their repertoires in English. So to promote translanguaging in my EAL class, like many teachers, I welcome students' use of home languages or dictionaries for translation if needed. However, I find these practices often become a simple multilingual signage and do not fully break the deficit and separatist mentality that translanguaging aims to break. For example, I may hear different languages in class but don't know how exactly they help stretch students' meaning-making repertoire. And even if many students are using translation to learn English, many still see it as an indicator of their incompetence in English and simply as a stepping stone that they should quickly learn to drop. I think all these suggest that there is definitely more we should do apart from just allowing translation and home languages in EAL classrooms. But what should we do more? And how can translation, this very common practice among multilinguals, work together with translanguaging to help students build knowledge about English? Next, I'll show you one example that precisely illustrates this process. But before I do that, I'll briefly explain the relationship between translation and translanguaging. Translanguaging, as I mentioned earlier, is a fluid social practice where multilinguals lift diverse resources to create meaning. Translation, therefore, can be seen as one of these practices. It is usually understood as a practice where one transmits ideas from language code A to B unidirectionally. However, translanguaging disrupts this unidirectionality. By seeing languages not as separate systems, translanguaging operates within the borderlands of code A and B, as seen embedded in the numerous dots here. It focuses more on what happens in these borderlands, how do multilinguals draw on diverse linguistic, cultural, and other resources to interpret and create meaning in their moments of translation. And by focusing on these moments, translanguaging also highlights that translation is not about reproducing the same meaning from code A to code B. Instead, by bringing together all these diverse linguistic, cultural, and other resources to negotiate meaning in the process, these translanguaging moments or translation actually reviews and produces subtle differences of meaning that are threaded throughout the entire social fabric. In other words, these translanguaging moments helps to diversify meanings in the process. Now, drawing on these understandings, I'll show you one example how I use translation and translanguaging practices to solve a linguistic problem and build knowledge of English. The linguistic problem revolves around this connective called besides with a comma straight after. In one evening in 2020, Julie texted me to seek my understanding of this connective since she found many Chinese students often misuse it. Yet, I was also not sure. I learned that besides means in addition or 另外 in Chinese, and it's used when we want to add an additional point. However, I didn't know why besides sounds weird in sentences such as Julie's presentation is accessible, besides it's rich in meaning. From my understanding, this was perfectly fine. So to solve this problem, Julie and I started to explore the meaning of besides. At one point, she texted me this sample sentence, in which the meaning of besides confused me. Here, the last part, meaning that we love money, contrasts with the sentence earlier we're not obsessed with money in meaning, so it can't be an additional point adding to the earlier sentence to support the first one. So to find out the meaning of besides here, I first translated these sentences into Chinese closely to understand their entire meaning. I didn't translate the word obsessed as it has different social connotations in Chinese based on its context of use, and I just would like to capture its original meaning as much as possible. However, using such Chinese translation, I still couldn't understand the connection between these sentences. So in step 2, I drew on my memory of witnessing my parents fighting over money to create a social context and ordered my Chinese translation into a new Chinese expression that captures its main idea but fits within this context. I then rehearsed this shorter expression with more emotions again and again, and finally the Chinese word 再说 emerged in between. I discovered that besides could mean 再说, and drawing on this context, I realized that besides is more than adding an additional point. It involves a stronger emotion where a person needs to add reasons to really justify something or to persuade someone. Reflecting back, this whole process of me discovering 再说 and more meanings for besides is way more than a unidirectional translation, but a translanguaging practice. It shows that code-for-code translation is closely intertwined with translanguaging moments, such as me using social linguistic knowledge of the word obsessed in Chinese to notice its various social connotations, or me enacting register resources in Chinese, social experiences, and emotions in step 2 to create meaning in a richer and more familiar social context for this new meaning of besides to emerge. By zooming into all these processes of translation, it can be seen that they reveal not only my diverse fronts of knowledge, but ways in which these knowledges are mobilized to give rise to a different meaning of besides. And that's how my meaning-making repertoire in English expands through translation and translanguaging practices. So, what can we learn from this experience? I think the first thing is that if we want to truly enact translanguaging in ELL class, we need to move beyond the product of translation or the visibility or audibility of different languages, but focusing on learners' meaning-making process during translation. Such focus can not only help teachers and learners see their diverse funds of knowledge as a way of resisting the deficit mentality, but also engage learners in the process of differentiating and diversifying meanings, which can help afford their expansion of meaning-making repertoire in English. In other words, translanguaging is not about diversifying languages, but diversifying meanings, and teachers should focus on this traffic of meaning rather than on fixed or decontextualized forms. Also, in order to do such translanguaging work, we need to shift the existing asymmetrical teacher-learner power relations and create spaces for collaborative knowledge building. While I don't have enough time to show you all the details, as seen in these text messages, it is important to note that behind that problem-solving moment is my collaborative dialogue with Julie, where Julie does not hold up her authority as a native speaker on this linguistic issue, but shifts between the roles of expert, dialogical partner, and learner to open up spaces for me to enact all my resources for language learning. Finally, I'd like to conclude my presentation with this quote from Alistair Pennycook, that if we wish to take global diversity seriously, we would do well to focus on semiodiversity, the diversity of meanings, as much as glossal diversity, the diversity of languages. And this is exactly where the emphasis on translation and translanguaging becomes crucial. Thank you very much for watching this presentation. The whole paper of this study on knowledge building through collaborative translation and translanguaging practices has been recently published in the Journal of Language, Identity and Education.
Wonderful and amazing presentation. And I also have a lot of questions about this, but we have to go to the next presentation now, and then we're going to ask the questions from the audience and the questions that I myself have. So there's a third video, Professor Canessa.
Yes, adelante, Juan.
Hi everyone, my name is Kat and I'm in my second year of teaching at a secondary school in Brisbane, Australia. I'd like to begin this presentation by acknowledging the traditional custodians of the land on which we meet today and pay my respects to their elders past, present and future. My presentation today is part of a larger study that is ongoing, but I will be talking about one aspect in the 10 minutes that I have about the challenges and possibilities for new graduate teachers entering the teaching profession to build language and literacy, expertise, leadership and change. This study has its roots during my time at the Melbourne Graduate School of Education, where I was studying my master's degree to become a teacher in the areas of legal studies and TESOL. As the university had picked these two specialist areas for me, TESOL was very new to me. Being in Dr. Julie Choi's TESOL classes, I started to realize just how important language and literacy was for schools and students. But I felt fearful graduating as a language and literacy teacher without much knowledge as to what this actually meant. And so, as I asked Julie to become my mentor, she took me into her language and literacy workshops and taught me so much about translanguaging practices and explicit language knowledge. In awe of what I was learning, I initiated a conference presentation with her to share with other teachers this knowledge. As I wanted to carry all of this expertise into the field, this turned out to be a lot harder than I expected. Entering the field in my first year, I was completely overwhelmed and experienced what most beginning teachers and the literature calls a transition shock. These quotes from two first-year teachers captures much of the shock that many new graduates experience. Feelings of being thrown into a sea of paperwork, screaming students, angry parents, and being micromanaged without any support. The culmination of these struggles for many beginning teachers is to walk away, that teaching is not worth the stress and the pain. With the main goal being to survive my first year, I quickly realized that enacting any kind of language and literacy expertise was going to be difficult. For beginning teachers, many schools would allocate additional support in the form of professional development, a time for teachers to meet with leaders and learn new practices and seek support. Although these sessions were well intended, they relied heavily on survival guidebooks where much of our professional learning was reduced to a formulaic approach. Having to practice routines and complete handouts, I found my desires to build language and literacy expertise stunted. Frustrated by what I was and wasn't learning, I started journaling and spoke to Julie about what I was going through. The more we spoke, these discussions between Julie and I started to have an impact within my school, particularly in the area of English as an additional language or dialect, which we call EALD in Australia, or which you may know as ESL or EFL. Being in a school where there was no EALD program at all, it was hard to come in as a new teacher and enact change. With Julie's guidance on content and pedagogy, I was able to lead professional development workshops for other teachers and small reading groups with Julie's help. For my own classrooms, implementing tasks learned from my pre-service years, such as language portraits and language trajectory grids, made multilingualism visible not only on the walls but also at the school. Our work together was enriching, but not without its challenges. Having many different priorities meant that my mentoring relationship with Julie didn't have an enduring effect. Because we were so time poor, we could only speak to each other every 2 to 3 months, a phone call here or an email there. When we did get the opportunity to talk about the challenges that I was facing, my professional growth was not built in a systematic way. It was quite random. Despite these pockets of growth being nourishing for both Julie and I, one can just imagine how hard and difficult it is to do this work, especially when our bodies are so tired and exhausted from our day-to-day jobs. But when faced with these realities of being so time poor and juggling such a massive workload, we can't help but ask ourselves, how did it become this way? How are beginning teachers being supported, and what are they learning and being nourished by? A turn to the extant literature shows us how very little is known about what beginning teachers engage with and what they find helpful and unhelpful for their professional development. Thus, the aim of this study was to precisely identify the school-initiated practices, so the things done by the school, and the non-school initiated practices, the things done between Julie and I, that were helpful or unhelpful for my professional development as a beginning teacher, and why. This research is significant because it will help improve the lives of beginning teachers by alleviating the pressures experienced within their transition to the profession, and it will help address the revolving door of new graduate teachers that quit the Australian teaching profession. So to start our study, I realised that I had a lot of things that I had been keeping. Various journals, diary entries, and blogs, things that I had been writing mostly just for myself from my first year of teaching. It came to a point where Julie and I started to think that these materials were really important for our work, and so these artifacts became our materials for critical reflection. We then adopted this new research methodology called duo ethnography, where Julie and I could work together as partners in this study to dialogically critique and question these artifacts to look for the helpful and unhelpful practices. To firstly identify these practices in a methodical way, we used a spreadsheet to map out the first year of teaching and chronologically ordered all of the school-initiated and non-school-initiated events that I undertook in my first year. Adopting a practice lens, we look for the ways in which things were done in each event. I'll break down an example of how we systematically organized and deconstructed one event according to practice, so what was done, the activities, so the things that constituted the practice, the critical incidents, so any key moments, and the affect, the intense emotion. You can follow this deconstruction with me by looking at the numbers on the right-hand side of the spreadsheet. So looking to the right in the left-hand column, we can see in the school-initiated space on the 15th of January that the practice of professional development occurred one morning. From this, we identified the activity attached to the practice, which required teachers to complete 3 hours of online modules. The incident identified in the artifact was about the lack of time allocated, and the affect revealed that this practice was dry and boring, and therefore not professionally conducive. Being able to zoom in on each of these practices, Julie and I used duo ethnography to engage in a dialogue and to elicit which practices were helpful and the ones that were unhelpful for professional development. A process of coding took place, and common patterns and themes emerged. Now, whilst many helpful and unhelpful practices transpired, I can only speak to one aspect of the findings. In the next slide, I will juxtapose the practice of a staff meeting in the school space with the mentoring conversation in the non-school space to show what was found helpful and unhelpful for professional development and why. So looking at the school space on the left-hand side, we can see that the practice of professional development was constituted by activities such as conducting self-assessments. In this task, teachers were given a handout to tick boxes assessing their own teaching practice. These practices were found to be unhelpful as ticking boxes were a quick, mechanical task. When these self-assessments would be used for a review, a routinized form of talk would take place. And as talk was unilateral, coming from one direction, didactic instructions would be given for teachers to carry out what has been instructed for improvement. However, these instructions were also hard to follow due to there being a lack of pedagogical guidance as to what beginning teachers needed to do to improve professionally. Compared to the non-school space, the practice of a mentoring conversation was helpful, as we can see that when two people come together and brainstorm a research project, it sparked the co. For us, collaborating was more than just cooperating. Collaborating together through research was a way to co-construct new knowledge as we engaged in co-learning with complementary roles to both bring something to the table. To foster bidirectional learning, we learned that because research was not something I had a lot of knowledge in, one person needed to do this leading, and that was Julie. The role that I took on was one that was more open, flexible, actively engaging in conversation with Julie to translate these ideas into the school context. These productive dialogues allowed me to tap into Julie's knowledge, skills, ideas, and for her to tap into my understandings on the ground. Together, we could push forward our thinking and open up possibilities to expand language and literacy knowledge in new ways. So when we contrast the helpful and unhelpful dimensions together like this, they look worlds apart. On one hand, there are many lifeless practices in the school spaces that places strict boundaries over what beginning teachers are able to do, and that what we see here feels very militarized. On the other hand, we see lifeful practices that frame the non-school spaces with learning, and this was empowering as it led to a sense of feeling liberated. So now that we know some of the helpful activities, what kind of change would it take to implement new programs that embody these activities at the heart of schools? One has to acknowledge that this cannot be done overnight, as many of these unhelpful activities have emerged due to the era that we live in, being driven by the dominance of neoliberal agendas. But through what we have identified, what we know works is that as teachers, we have enormous power. We have the power to name the activities that are helpful and unhelpful. To do so, we must find the adjectives to describe these activities. It is through this process of naming that we can identify the structures that need to change. But in order to name these activities, one has to have tools. The foundational tool for our study was through research. Within research, the approach that happened to work for us was the doer ethnography. This tool allowed us to engage in a mentoring teacher-researcher relationship to name the activities that were helpful and unhelpful. However, we need more tools to name the many issues that remain unidentified in many different contexts. It is here that we would really encourage for there to be more qualitative studies that can provide us with further tools to make visible the practices and name the activities that need to be changed. But the questions that ultimately remain are, what would need to change for these things to become possible? Even if we know what is possible, what will it take? We know that schools are very complex systems, intertwined with other systems, that no one person or group can just change things. Thus, to do this work requires a collective dialogue. In the first instance, there needs to be a dialogue within the school in the micro, meso, and macro spheres. This dialogue in turn will allow us to join forces across different cities, states, and systems to do this work. Thank you for listening to this presentation.
Thank you so much for these amazing presentations. They were really, I learned so much, and I'm pretty sure our colleagues watching us through Facebook and YouTube have also learned a lot with this presentation. Okay, I have questions, and I'm pretty sure Professor Kenneth also have some questions, and there are some questions also on our Facebook page. I want to start first with Kaylin. The topic of translation and translanguaging. That's one aspect that I also briefly talked about in my capstone project, because it's the most used strategy, or it was one of the most used strategy in translanguaging in many classrooms. I mean, in the literature that I analyzed, and it is also the strategy that has more negative connotation, because it is associated with a really old teaching method, which is the grammar translation method. So, but that is what most of our students are doing in our EAL classroom, EFL classroom, ESL classroom. So my question is, how can we justify the use of translation in our language classrooms? Because, for example, for my school administrator, that's a no. We can. I have to use different strategies to make the concepts or to teach some concepts or some vocabulary to my students, and translation is not allowed in the classroom. So how can we make that change or of perception with the use of translation in our classrooms?
Thank you very much for the question, and I totally can resonate with that. And so from my perspective, I think if we're coming from this translanguaging lens, we see students, their linguistic resources and everything as part of their meaning-making repertoire, which means that we see their first language and all that will be helpful in helping them to learn a second language. And I think coming from that perspective, a lot of teachers, like I said in the presentation, okay, we are trying to allow translation practices in class. We allow students to use dictionaries. While to some extent, I think this visibility or audibility of multiple languages may help create maybe a safe environment for students to feel that their home languages are valued in a space. But like you said, sometimes this translation has this, long history with this grammar translation, or that sometimes the translation is being perceived in a way that students' first languages, if they use their first languages, it means that they are still not good enough for the second language, and that's why they're using their first language. So in one word, the use of first language is still being viewed as from this deficit lens. You're having this deficit perspective of this first language. And I think this is what translanguaging exactly tried to resist, this kind of perspective. So, and I guess that's why if we really want to do this translanguaging work, we need to move beyond this product of language that we see in multiple languages in the classroom, but to really see what kind of potentials that these different linguistic, and not only linguistic, other, semiotic resources, students' identities, or their knowledges and their experiences can all bring in to help them build their knowledge of the target language. And I think in my presentation, what I really want to show is that, it's not just about the different languages per se, but the meaning, like this whole pool of rich meaning that the translanguaging practice that opens up. Once we can encourage students to bring in, the different identities, experiences, knowledges. And when we have a careful look at the translation process, and we can see different meanings are coming through, and then the process of negotiation of meanings, and then new awareness and new understanding of meanings that comes through towards the end. So I think that's one aspect. That's how translanguaging can help students or teachers collaboratively build knowledge of a certain language, because at the end of the day, I think translanguaging perspective about language education is to help students expand their meaning-making repertoire rather than adding, different bits of forms of a particular language.
Ivan, could I just add something there? I just very quickly, at the end of the day, this too. Regardless of whether it is sanctioned or not, that students are doing it anyway. You cannot stop students from thinking and being and doing things that are natural to them. So they're going to do it, whether you allow them. In fact, the more you say don't do it, they're going to want to do it. Exactly. So we already know that, but I think there is something in what Kaylin was saying. Students themselves are not aware of how they can use all of their resources, right? So we need to help them to see how these are becoming meaning-making resources, right? And we need to convince them also, because they also think, oh, this is all meaningless. I don't need to do it. I could do everything in English. Why do you keep telling me to use my other language, right? So everybody needs to be educated about this. The teachers need to see evidence. The students need to see it also. They need to see that, oh, this actually works, right? So we need to work harder in this regard.
Thank you so much, Professor. Professor Kennedy, do you have a question? I saw that you opened your mic.
No, I just want to thank them for their wonderful presentations. And I know that Ivan has a lot more questions. I don't want to take over the floor because that's why we have Ivan here for the moderating, but I just want to thank both Julie and the team, Catriona, Fisa, and Caitlin for the really wonderful. And I have a question for Julie and our students. Did you set out to do these case studies, or they just happened based on these other projects that you had?
Yeah, they're all organic. As Kaylin said in hers, one night I text her about a question that I have, and then suddenly we've got data. Same thing with Fisa. We're sitting there in a classroom, not a class, in an office, and suddenly we've got data. Same thing with Kat. We've just been doing the mentorship for a really long time, and then suddenly we realize, my goodness, we have so much to talk about. So it's all emergent, all organic. Everything that I believe in relation to the trans, you're seeing it right here.
Well, we really appreciate it. Ivan, go ahead and continue with your questions. We have a little bit of time because for some reason, but I don't want to keep you so long because I know it's so late over there. Because for some reason there was a glitch in the schedule. We have an hour after between 10 and 11, we have like an empty hour. So I know Ruberbal Maciel, who is a professor from the Universidad Estadual de Mato Grosso do Sul, is here with us. He also is an expert in translanguaging. He did a postdoc with Ofelia Garcia, and very interested in what you guys are sharing. So I'm sure he will be patient and wait for a few more minutes to get all the questions answered.
Thank you so much, Professor Kennedy. I have one question for Fisa regarding as you said, that's the posture, the body language is something that I was aware of, but I didn't take that aspect to my teaching practices. Because, I'm during my training program as a teacher, I was never taught that was a thing. Yes. So it is not included in teaching training programs, I believe, being aware of your body. So is it possible to include that in teaching training programs? Do we have materials? Do we have courses about that?
So interesting that you should bring it up, Ivan, because we also presented this at an Anaheim conference, which was about professional development. And when we talked about it in that context, we also said how so much of professional practice, as Catriona shared, it's all, ticky boxes like, oh, you spoke loudly, oh, you projected your voice. But we thought about the possibility of a self-evaluation form, or even, like a reflective practice where you actually look at the space you are in and how you're moving in that space and what kind of objects, like you said, that you're engaging with and what's the effect of that. Because you're right, Ivan, in many ways, things like, when you sit down on the table and suddenly you have lowered yourself in a sense, and your students suddenly feel, oh, like, we are relaxing a bit here. The teacher's relaxing and he's sitting down. And if you move to the back of the classroom and you speak when the students are speaking, and suddenly, oh, this is their space, you're not dominant in that space anymore. And I think all those little things really matter. And as teachers, I think a lot of it probably we do instinctively. But I think with the trans movement, I think so much of it is about the intentionality when we do it purposefully and, because we want to create that collaborative space. I think that's when it becomes meaningful. And that's when the students see that we are intentionally creating these collaborative relations in the classroom. And that's when it can really be transformative, I think. Yeah.
It would be extremely interesting to see this in teacher training programs. Really, I learned a lot. Just thank you so much, Lisa. And I have one last question for Catriona. Regarding, I remember when I was in Australia, I read this news, and I actually was from a website from the University of Melbourne, that says that between 30 and 50% of teachers leave the profession within the first 5 years. So there's an issue there with teachers in Australia, especially new teachers. Do you think that there are other factors apart from the issue with the professional development that are making these new teachers leave the profession? And what those factors would be? I'm sorry, I think I cannot hear you, Catriona. Can you hear? I mean, your mic is open. No, I can't hear you. Can you? Wait, now you're muted. Wait, we have some technical problems.
Unmute yourself now and see.
No, we can't. I mean, she's not muted, but there's no sound.
You might have to leave the Zoom meeting and come back again, and you have to join the audio, because sometimes that happens. Leave the Zoom meeting and come back. Yeah, well, in the meantime, maybe Julie can start answering something regarding this, and then we'll leave time for Catriona to.
Actually, I had a question, Ivan. What is the situation there? I mean, is it the same with teachers struggling? Well, they don't even have to be beginning teachers, but does the situation resonate?
I have to pass that question to Professor Canese, because she recently did a research on teachers about this situation of COVID, and I think that also affected tremendously the situation there. But Professor Canese, if you want to answer that question.
Yes, I think because of the social situation in our country and the kind of people who choose to be teachers, the rate of desertion for teaching is not as high here as it is maybe places like the United States or Australia. However, teachers do struggle, and beginning teachers also have the same type of difficulties, and mentoring is something that now the Ministry of Education is looking very seriously into. But like Catriona was sharing, sometimes these practices get reduced to these, like little tips and this and that. And what it's something that she also mentioned in her talk is beginning teachers also get flooded with administrative tasks that are really sometimes difficult to manage and get in the way of becoming a reflective teacher. So you are so overwhelmed with, all of these things that you have to do. You have to manage the students, you have to manage the time, you have to manage, I think she had that she said micromanaging supervisors and this and that. So I think the challenges for beginning teachers are similar everywhere, and that usually teachers, and especially beginning teachers, even though they are taught maybe innovative practices in the student teaching, once they get into the classroom, they fall back into more traditional practices because that's what they are pushed into, because that's what makes it easier. And so that's a huge challenge for teacher education, and also for our educational system as a whole.
I mean, this is a huge issue because this is the whole, we can hear you. I mean, this is the whole reason why we got into this, at the end of the day, we're trying to do language, we're trying to do this translanguaging, transmodality, trying to think about space, postures, gestures, everything. And you can't do it if teachers are exhausted and they're so bombarded with all these other things. It's just, what are we asking our teachers to do, right? So I just think this is just such important work that we cannot forget, that teachers actually are dealing with a lot on their plates. And it's not fair. It's not fair for us to continue to put this on teachers without understanding the real situation that's happening. Kat, sorry, I've just been talking.
I'm sorry. I'm so sorry about the mic situation. But Ivan, I think I remember your question. I just wanted to make a comment as well about the attrition rate. So in Australia at the moment, I've been reading a lot about how there is no firm attrition number, and it's very vague, and it's very difficult to pinpoint just what is the definition for attrition and how is that determined. And particularly in the state that I'm from, in Brisbane, so our accrediting body has actually released attrition figures, which is about 14% of teachers within the first 5 years leave. Now, you look at that, and then you look at their older reports, and then it says anywhere between, 8 to 20% leave. And so it's a very difficult figure to narrow down. But regardless, attrition is attrition in that sense. And we do have beginning teachers leaving. And particularly in this study, one thing that Julie and I paid really close attention to was affect, this concept of, what was I feeling and what was that being traced towards? And often it was power, like this idea of, being micromanaged, or this idea of, you're a person, in this team wants a particular report done, 5 times, you got to do it correctly, we'll hand it back to you, miscommunication happens, and then boom, you have to do it again. And this onerous bureaucratic tasks, and I'm sure Valentina just touched on it just now as well, we start to just see all of these different challenges that beginning teachers face that really put them in a precarious working condition and space. So hopefully that helps.
It absolutely did. All right. Thank you so much. We truly appreciate all the knowledge that you shared with us today. As Professor Ganesa said at the beginning, it's truly an honor to have you here, sharing your expertise on this topic. And it's amazing how translanguaging, it's just not in it's everywhere. So it kind of penetrates, if that's the word, at different areas, you know, not just education, but also other fields. So Professor Ganese, do you have something else to add?
No, just to thank them again, and hopefully we can engage more in collaboration, and maybe we can come up with some organic things to happen between us as well. So I really appreciate, I know my colleague from Brazil, Ruberval, is also here with us, and he mentioned to me that it was a great panel on a private chat. So I'm sorry, Ruberval, I'm giving away you know, things, but we really like it, and we also have our colleague from Texas this afternoon, Catherine Mortimer. She will be sharing some experiences from a project with the school district on translanguaging and in the use of, you know, computer software, something really interesting along those lines as well. So you so much, and hopefully we can use these ideas, these experiences to grow and to find ways to help our teachers, because that's what we're all looking for, that teachers can feel empowered, because teachers do have an important role in education, but they're not the sole, you know, bearers of the responsibilities of the educational, you know, results. So sometimes that's also something that is complicated, and that we need to also take into account and take it to the policymakers, like Julie mentioned earlier. So thank you again, and we hope to see you again soon, and hopefully we will be able to visit you over in Australia sometime.
Yes.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thanks, Ivan. Thanks, Valentina.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you, everyone. Thanks for having us.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Catriona.
Thank you, Catriona and Pisa. Thank you, Kaylin, so much. All right. So we can we proceed with our next
Yes,
speaker?
yes, please.
Okay.
So,
yes. Already. All right. So welcome, Professor Ruberval. I'm so sorry to you know, to extend the minutes, but you know, as you experienced, the topic was really interesting. So I will give a brief biography of Professor Ruberval. He is a postdoctorate. He's coming from the University of Mato Grosso do Sul from Brazil. He is a postdoctorate or for the PhD program in urban education at the City University of New York, United States. He's a doctor in linguistic and literary studies of English from USP, with doctoral internship at the Center of Globalization and Cultural Studies from the University of Manitoba, Canada. He has a master in applied linguistics from the University of Reading, England, and he's currently a professor at undergraduate and graduate courses. And he's also an advisor on international relations and academic mobility at the State University of Mato Grosso do Sul. He was a visiting fellow at the City University of New York and was an external research associate at the Center for Globalization and Cultural Studies at the University of Manitoba in Canada. He has experience in linguistics with an emphasis on applied linguistics, working mainly on the following topics: applied linguistics, public policies for the teaching of languages, translingualism, new literacies, multiliteracies, critical literacy, transculturality, and teacher training and international policies. So welcome, Professor Ruberval. Thank you so much for sharing your knowledge with us on this wonderful topic of translanguaging. And let's proceed with the presentation.
Your microphone.
Yeah. So I'm sharing my slides here. Can you see? Yeah, okay. So,
yes.
All right. So, hello, everyone. It's a huge pleasure to be back here for the second time. I'd like to start by thanking Professor Valentina for her kind invitation. I feel very honored to be back for the second Paraguayan Conference of Applied Linguistics. My previous talks was about translanguage and decolonial practice in applied linguistics. And today my talk will focus on two emerging issues in applied linguistics, that is translanguaging and affect. So for this, I chose this topic, translanguage and affective turn in applied linguistics. I think it has to do with the previous talks. I was very impressed with the previous presentation. I think I have a great responsibility for this presentation now. So I'm going to talk about, my experience here, my collaboration with some other colleagues from the University of Campinas, from Canada, and also from other contexts here. So I'll start by focusing on the linguistic turn. So I'll talk about the three main turns, so the linguistic turn, the affective turn, and the implication for translanguaging. So let's start by addressing linguistic turn. So in a trioethnography text recently published in the Revista Brasileira de Lingüística Aplicada, that's the Brazilian Journal of Applied Linguistics, that I published with Brian Morgan and Claudia Hilsdorf. My colleague Brian Morgan pointed this statement here. Perhaps one of the most dangerous conversations we could have involves our own biases about language, as well as the centrality in all aspects of our work. It's a linguocentric view with many limitations and blind spots, one of which would be heretofore lack of attention to affect in social semiotic construction and on representation crisis on online and offline public domains. So he asked me what I thought about this statement. So, and my response was, a linguocentric view is not just a problem for applied linguistics and language education. It's worth mentioning that critical theory since the late 20th century has been dominated by the concern about language. In this sense, ought called attention to the fact that the linguistic turn in philosophy relied on the recognitions that the structures of language delimit what can be said, and by extension, what can be thought. Likewise, the linguistic turn purpose that language does not mirror reality, but instead shapes our understanding what is real. Moreover, literary and cultural studies have also focused on universal textualism, as we could observe in the famous quotation from Derrida. So he says, there is nothing outside of the text. So all those movements have contributed to reinforcing the idea of the primacy of language. Consequently, two main effects for both structuralism and post-structuralism can be highlighted. First, the post-Cartesian and post-humanistic worldview, we are no longer autonomous, but instead disciplined subject of discourses and ideologies. And second, especially via post-structural thought, the partiality and textuality of knowledge has and continue to be an intellectual concern. So in this trioethnographic text, my friend Claudia replied to this issue here, mentioning how affect has been neglected. So she says, affect has been neglected in our recurrent and rationalistic understanding of language practices and of the world. Affect has generally been seen as a form of an essentially cognitive point of view, which seems limited and limiting because it fails to consider the power effects has potentially enable us to enact and perform language and thus engage in social practices. And in the same way, Anwar, my colleague from Canada, that we've recently wrote this text that will be published, I think, until the end of this year. So he called another attention to the way that affect has been neglected in academia. He said, the study of affect and emotion is an interesting and challenging for the fields of language teaching and language teacher education. It is interesting because it brings to the fore a historical neglected area of linguistic analysis. For example, the emotional indexicality of sign use. It is, however, challenging because affect is hard to describe by using language. Yet, in language study fields, we are well positioned to think about and feel that affect does to pedagogy. So for me, pedagogy is a site for productive inquiry into affect and language because it is inherently dialogical, relational, and emergent. So these are the let's say the new or some interest of many applied linguistics. And what I'm going to give you now is an overview of how affect has been addressed in many different fields. So there are three main majors disciplinary perspective on affect to consider. So we can look at three main perspectives. The first comes from psychology and neuroscience, has treated affect as an elemental state comprised of fixed and basic emotions such as happiness, sadness, intrinsic to all human subjects. In philosophy, that is our main concern in philosophy and humanity, the second way of looking to affect that is older than the other ones, actually, that has influenced the other one, specifically the work from Spinoza, Deleuze, and more recently Masumi and others. So this second, which is more important here, comes from philosophy and humanities, in which affect is considered to be an intensive force that arises from and changes through barriers in contact. Affect is a dynamic force which can be either positive or negative or both at the same time. A co-presence of potential that can increase or decrease the capacity to act, which makes it critically important for fostering agency in our work as language educators. This second perspective basically relies on this work of Spinoza, Deleuze, Guattari, and Masumi. So their conceptualizations of affect help us rethink the process of meaning making in ways that are not usually explored by language teachers and applied linguistics. So in this regard, Morgan calls attention to the fact that it is more a case of how we understand and teach language rather than language itself that is the issue. So in other words, we don't need to give up language in order to engage with all kinds of wordly, ideological, and body connections, in this case here. And Rocha also complements the idea that affect is a kind of driving force that comes into being through encounters between bodies. So it gives us the opportunity to look critically at and into affect, so that we can debate politics and language ideologies beyond languages and other semiotic resources alone, disrupting rationalistic way of approaching people, social relations and structures, meaning making, the world, and so on. So it's high time we integrate an effective turn in our language teaching, following UNWAR's recommendation, for example, to include critical affect literacy. It is important to highlight that by affect, we do not always mean conscious emotions. And the third one is related to communication and cultural studies. So this third comes from cultural studies. So in her book, The Cultural Politics of Emotions, Sarah Ahmed explored how emotions work to shape the surface of political and individual bodies. She claims that bodies take the shape of every contact we have with objects and others. She focuses on texts that circulate in both public domain, which work by aligning objects with collectives, by attracting others as the source of our own feelings. For others, she mentions, the illegal immigrants and those who are not us, and who, in not being us, endangers what is ours. So this idea of how you consider the other, so what values more and what values less. So this idea, we see this very much nowadays in the newspaper, for example, how they consider immigrants and many other groups, and how this affect, you know, how we affect and how we are affected by this aspect that is emotional, is not rational. And I'd like to relate this aspect of to translanguaging. I'm saying this very broadly about affect, but I'd like to give you an overview that how can you go, you know, how can you read more materials about affect, considering different disciplinary knowledges. And I go for translanguage. So, so what is the implication for translanguage studies here? So I'm not talking about just, you know, translating in terms of transcend named languages, but in a broader sense here. So as I'm just brought some authors here, such as Garcia, Masaki, Massaferro, and some others, that they say that translanguage, it is a new transformative and trans-indisciplinary paradigm which enables the creations and the living of new linguistic realities. So again, here, so we can incorporate other things. For example, I remember one of the texts from Pennycook that he said, translanguage should not only think about the borders between language, but also in terms of social semiotics as well. And we are including here the aspect of affect into this issue as well. Not just language per se or the semiotics, but the idea of bringing affect together. So it is both theory and educational pedagogy and practices aimed at questioning what is understood and what counts as language, and what is valid and what is valid as knowledge, for example, confronting and expanding the stabilized notion of cognition, context, agency, and humanity. I think this was previously discussed by our colleagues from Australia, and challenging colonial and other oppressive discourses. And when I'm saying colonial here, I'm also in terms consider the way of how we consider language. That is also part of one colonial and modernist movement here. Then I move on to this term that are very important in affect. I think that is also important for teacher education is the notion that this is based on Spinoza and also in Deleuze-Guattari. So they bring these two aspects that I think they are interesting to consider. Affect not just in terms of feeling, but how we affect and how we are affected. So what is our role, for example, as a teacher or in any aspect of life, I should say. So affect is what moves us. Affect is what differentiates us as a human, for example. So the idea of affection and the affect. The affection is the encounter, you know, how is the body meeting here. So according to these meetings, you can, your power of affect, that we say in Portuguese, potência de afeto, we can say power or potency of affect. So this capacity of affect will increase or decrease according to the affection you have. For example, if you meet someone in the street that you haven't seen for a long time, and then you're gonna feel very happy. So this body meeting causes a kind of effect that is positive. So if you meet someone that you, for example, that you don't like very much, your effect will be negative. So the idea of affection, so this idea of encounter, of meeting, produces affection, that, you know, the power of affect. That, and then I'm gonna show you with some other pictures later on, so how we are affected, and how we affect and how we are affected. For example, when we translanguage, does it make difference if you say a sentence only in Spanish, or if you say mixing Spanish and Guarani together, it has a different meaning. It is not because you don't know the language, because it has some kind of emotional thing involved as well. So this is one of the things. So, and also work with medical students. So this is something that I'm also bringing for the medical education as well. So the affection is the capacity to affect and be affected. And affect itself is the result that can be positive or negative. So let's move on to the other one, for example. In a more traditional way, one English teacher would ask, so what can you see in this picture, for example, right? So this is the one that the more traditional way. But if you look at this part here in terms of affection and affect, we can see different things. For example, if you look at this picture with this baby there, one person could say he's so beautiful, or he's sleeping well, or the way he's lying in the bed worries me, you know, all those kind of things. But the affect here is, so the affection is the encounter. So if this affects us, when you look at this picture, it produces a kind of effect that in this case is positive here. So every affection demands something from us. So if you go for the next one, and then you have the same baby here, but the affection is different, right? And the affect as well. The affection is what does this picture cause to us? This is the affection. And the affect is the feeling itself, right? So it changed very much in the world when, you know, this, you know, everybody knows about, you know, this picture for immigrants, for example. Because of this picture, many countries have to recede their policies for immigration, because this picture affected many people in many different parts of the world. So this is again the idea of affection and affect. So affection is the encounter, the meeting, and the affect is the feeling itself. And I also have seen this with some Paraguay. So I'm here with the border of Brazil and Paraguay, and this is from one of my students. It is in Portuguese, but she says, we need, I'm just trying to read here. A gente precisa falar, so we need to talk. So I don't know why, when I don't find someone to talk in Guarani, I feel sick. I have to find someone to talk to me in Guarani. So she says, the worst thing in the world is to hide your truth, your origin here. So, and then the interview asked, so are you Paraguayan? And she said, yes, I'm very proud of being Paraguayan. So what I'm bringing here are the issues of affect in language as well, that is not very much discussed, because language normally are described or analyzed in terms of rationality. And here we are bringing another domain, another way of considering translanguaging, and also the other transsemiotic texts that, you know, you've also discussed before. And I think this has to do with the with meanings and feelings as well. This is another context for last year. So this is part of, I don't know if you can read in Guarani. I cannot read in Guarani. I had one of my students who conducted this research. But the idea is, during the pandemic last year or 2 years ago, a 50-year-old Paraguayan immigrant was asked in what situations and what situation expressions are not translatable across the 3 different languages, because she speaks Portuguese, Spanish, and Guarani. So to illustrate this, I bring this sentence here in Guarani while she's praying, because she says, when I'm praying, I cannot pray in Portuguese or in Spanish. Although I've lived here in Brazil for almost 50 years, it has a different connotation. So meaning is not just in the word, right? So this is the thing that I'm trying to say. So this was the sentence that she mentioned. So she was chosen by a speaker because this sentence was chosen by the speaker because its meaning and emotion intensity in Portuguese and Spanish was not the same as in Guarani. The same speaker also reports the word milk, cambi or cambi in Guarani, does not have the same effect and representation in Portuguese. She says, when pronounced the word cambi or cambi, she says it even has a different taste. So I found that this is interesting. So this situation reminds me what Raja Gompalan, the Portuguese, the Brazilian applied linguistics, in one insightful article on emotional and language politics, in which he explored the effective inventories and boundaries. So what can be said and what cannot be said across bilingual speakers' repertoires. It was fascinating that this article began with the example of a fluent bilingual Guarani Portuguese teacher in Mato Grosso do Sul. So as retold by Raja Gompala, when speaking Portuguese, the teacher's commitment and responsibility for promises made was greatly reduced, in part of reflecting a legacy of colonial experiences for indigenous Brazilians. So I think that Raja Gopala paper is very inspiring and give us the opportunity to talk about bilingual and multilingual speakers in their relationship with affect. So in order to understand it, as Raja Gopala points out, it's important to question the underlying rationality of emotional distrust in Western thought, and look at alternative epistemology that counter this logic. So Raja Gopala claims that ordinary people attach a great amount of emotional value to their language. Indeed, language are powerful flags of alliance. So bilingual and multilingual speakers typically have different degrees of emotional attachment to their language that make up their repertoires. So I think it's worth revisiting how we compare and contrast, for example, meanings and feelings here as well. So feelings involve a more sensorial and embodied relationship with the world, whereas meaning is more closed, associated with signification. The moment when something starts to have representation for the field. And I quote Lenke, that is one specialist into this area. So he said, both meaning and feeling can be characterized as situated, distributed, active, and specific to each culture. So for a trilingual immigrant, in this case, her presence for the Guarani language does not reflect a lack of Portuguese in her specific linguistic repertoire. Instead, it reflects the unique meanings and feelings she experienced when she prays and drinks milk in Guarani, for example, as in this case here. And then I will move on to another context. This is also another thing that I bring, not just for language teacher education, but for doctoral students that I teach language and health in the third year. And I'm bringing this idea of translanguage and transsemiotic and the analysis of space, and also the relationship of the other and the idea of the body, not the body as a physical, as many doctors will just say, this is just a body, has to think about a broader perspective. And again, as the same question I asked before with the immigrant, I could ask, how do you feel this picture to the medical student? This is something that I taught 2 weeks ago, and the answers were varied, and not just how do you feel, but how can you affect and be affected by this picture, and how your presence there as a doctor can affect and be affected, how this child here can affect and be affected by the presence of the doctor, for example, bringing to other things. And then I bring this for the medical context as well. So this was another paper that was written with Claudia and Brian Morgan. So in this regard, I believe that the affective turn has a role in helping practitioners rethinking medical standards. In order to do so, affective requires a new view of the body. In particularly, the delusion notions of body without organs would be appropriate here. So as Otto explained, a body is defined not only as a form that determines it. So in other words, virtually anything human or non-human can function as a body, so long as it has the capacity to act and to affect and be affected. So a body without organs is not seen as an organic closed system, but as an assemblage or an open system integrating the human and non-human material and immaterial world in a dynamic tension. So in this context here, so I think the concept of body without organs can also expand this perspective here. I just wonder how long do I have here? How many minutes?
Professor Canese, considering the glitch in the schedule, do we have more time for the presentation?
Yes. I'm sorry, I'm having some issues with connection, so I'm connecting with my phone. Yes, we do have a little bit more time because the next panel is at 11. So yes.
Yeah, for some reason my computer stopped sharing here. I don't know why. So, but I'm just having 4 more slides.
Maybe you should unshare it and then share it again, because we can see your screen with all the icons, but not your presentation.
Yeah, maybe it's in a different window because usually Zoom gives you the option to share multiple windows. So.
But I think I've also sent you, I don't know if you can share now. I'm trying to go back to the.
And I'm here with, let me see, I'm here with my phone. So I'm sorry, my computer is coming and going. So let me see if I can fix that.
Okay, I think I
Yes.
Yes, let's see.
Yeah, now we can see your screen again.
Yeah.
Perfect. Yeah.
Okay, so I'm just finishing this part of showing of how can we work with affect with help studies as well. This could be with help study with teacher education, because I work in 2 different areas, but I think they are very similar as well. But I think it's interesting to understand the concept of the affect and relationship of translanguage space and transsemiotic aspect. And here I also can show you another aspect. This is one work I do with the medical students. So these students trying to discuss some aspects of diabetes with truck drivers, and the idea of working with translanguaging, affect, and proxemics of how, because normally when they conduce a work with health education, they just talk, and they realize that this is not efficient, that they have to translanguage or use multimodal or transsemiotic way of negotiating meaning with those populations. So in this case here, we see the first picture on your left-hand side. You see the idea of proxemics, where the doctor student is and where the patient is, and the other with the eye contact and the way of, and then he analyzed, how he affects and he is affected by this situation. He is affected because he's not part of this specific culture. So when he leaves this specific context, he is affected because he has a different perception of the space and of this population. And also the patient is affected because the way the student communicate with this patient, they tried to have more proximity of the meanings and feelings about the concept of, because many of them, they have diabetes, but they don't explain, they don't know, they don't have health literacy about their own illness, for example. And then this is one thing that I asked the student that can be also transferred to teacher education as well. I've just mentioned here because I was giving an example of medical students as well for this context. So and then I gave the importance on the body. So what a body can do as a power of potence of affect, potência de afeto. So the body represented as a systems of organs and functions becomes a field of internal and external forces. The body is transversal by flows that configure different zones and sensations and levels of changing intensities. A body is a represented system of organs and functions. It becomes an internal and external power of field, not just the body there without the context. Everything is the same thing. Everything is together actually. A body is crossed by flows that configure different zones of sensations and levels of change intensities. A body of affections, in this case here, the body is not just a human biological organism, but a psychic body capable of affection. And this was one of the idea of body without organs. And this was one of the questions I asked the students. So how do I analyze the feelings presenting in a human relationship in the situation of health and illness? I could ask, in the relationship of teacher and students, this could be almost the same, or any other situation. So how can I establish good relationship or negotiation? How can I negotiate mechanism with patient in aspects related to care and affection? How do I categorize and understand specific needs of the actors involved, include family members and the multidisciplinary team in health and disease process, in the manifestation care of affection? Because this is something that you have to be aware of the whole staff, not just doctor and patient in that context, but this we could talk about the family, the school, in other contexts as well. So how do I understand by ethics when explaining the doctor-patient relationship through the knowledge of factors that interfere with aspects related to care and manifestations of affection? This is in a way of going there and have those two words of affection and affect. How can you affect and be affected? And then to sum up what we've discussed. So to sum up the discussion so far, translanguaging recognized language as multilingual, multisemiotic, and multisensorial and multimodal resource for sense and meaning making. And the multilingual as someone who is aware of the existence of the political entities of named languages and has the ability to make use the structured features of some of them that they have acquired. It has the capacity to enable us to explore the human mind as holistic multi-competence and rethink some of the bigger theoretical issues in applied linguistics. Here I say linguistic, but in applied linguistics generally. So I think it's a broad sense, a broad term. There is not a specific definition for translanguaging. So we start to discuss, the first work we've discussed about the differentiation of translanguage and code switch. And I think we are in another moment now that we are also, this is one thing that can be interesting to discuss, but there are other things that is beyond multimodality. For example, we bring the idea of trans, we are going to bring other ideas of affect, for example. And now I'm just showing you here another contact that's not just language teaching, but also language and health. So this is something that I wanted to share with you today. So, and bring in the importance of affect to be discussed in translanguage studies as well. Muito obrigado, Aguier, thanks, gracias. Thanks again for the opportunity.
Thank you so much, Professor Rubberball. There's, I remember once, one of my colleagues, one of my coworkers told me, you shouldn't ask students how they are, like the typical question, how are you? You should ask them, how do you feel today?
Yeah.
And you might be surprised of the answers that you might get from, because when we ask the question, hey, how are you today? Fine. All good. And you? But when you change the question to how do you feel today?
Yeah.
First of all, they're shocked. Like, okay, why do you want to know how I feel? Like, no, not many people ask me that question. And then you are, I was surprised by some of the answers that I got from my students when I asked, how do you feel today? And not how are you? Okay, so it's interesting to see this relation of power in these different fields. I mean, not only with doctors and patients, but also with teachers and students.
Yeah.
And this relates to the presentation that we saw about this. I mean, how do we position ourselves in relation to the other students? I mean, physically, right? And how we take into account their emotions. I really learned a lot about this affective turn. And I believe this humanistic approach to teaching should be implemented in our teaching practices. Professor Ganese, do you have something to add to this presentation?
Well, I'd like to thank Ruberbal for being here with us. And I do have a question regarding, a comment like Ivan, and also a question, how affect is, you can't separate the affective and affect from language learning and language teaching, which is what some of us are interested in now. Of course, there is all these other areas in applied linguistics, like Ruberbal shared with, doctors and patients and things like that, and how everybody needs to be mindful of their language and how they use language, because what we say and how we say it may affect how we are seen and how others perceive the messages that we send, and we have to become more aware also as teachers to teach this to our students, how the power of language and the power of how we say things. But going back to something a little bit more, let's say, I have encountered many people, similarly to the anecdote that you had about Guarani. We have the opposite sometimes situation with, say, for example, people who have been blocked from learning, say, for example, English. English nowadays, everybody considers it a very important tool to function in our globalized society. However, some people, for whatever reason, and a lot of it has to do with issues of affective issues, and how, maybe there's these blocks or these rejections. And how do you think this affective turn in applied linguistics may help teachers and students become better teachers and better learners of language?
Thank you, Valentina. The idea of to affect and be affected can be also positive and negative, as in the anecdote I mentioned. She was affected positive when she talks in Guarani, for example. But we have very bad experience, for example, when the students don't want to learn English because of the way that he was affected by a teacher, for example, how language is considered in some specific space, and they don't want to learn one language, or they want to learn another language. This is also has to do with with the affect, you know, how he was affected by, you know, different aspect and what is the consequence of this, because it's not something that is there. So I don't like this. So I don't like this because something happened before. So this is idea of, and I think that how for applied linguistics, I think we are taking into account more other subjectivities, not just language or competence and all the other things that we have discussed in applied linguistics for a long time. And those other issues, you know, they were not part of our repertoires as in terms of theories as well. And those works from Spinoza and Masumi are there for a long time, you know, but I think now they are bringing other interests, and also from media studies, from politics as well, because, you know, the way that we have here, we see in politics that there are two big divisions. Since, for example, in Brazil, there was a two big division, and this is also part of how people are affected and how they affect and are affected. And sometimes if you discuss with them, or if you try to argue in terms of something more with some arguments, they don't listen to us, because, you know, I think that it's there. It's something. It's not rational. And in applied linguistics, I think is the way you treat students, as you've just mentioned at the beginning. So how do you feel today? So why is it weird? You know, because normally you have to say, I'm fine, thanks, and you know, this kind of answer that the teacher asked. So I think affect has to do with a different world as well. The way we treat people, it has to be an ethics to live in the world. As one of the theories says, that affect is what moves us. So it's there so it can be in our family, in our relationship, in our classroom with medical students. I think it's a kind of ethics of dealing with people, right? How we affect and how can we affect it. And if you are more aware of those things, we can affect people, let's say, more positively than or negatively. It depends on how, and I think we need to have a repertoire for affect as well, because this is something that, okay, if you're, you know, it depends. So you are nice, okay, and that person is not sympathetic. All those kind of things, that labels that people create. But I think we also have to create some kind of repertoires, because when you talk about translanguage, we talk very much about linguistic repertoires, and I think you have to think about affective repertoires as well, or it can be affect as an assemblage, and how can we maybe change the world or the context that we are. So this is also a part relates to an ethics as well. So there are many things, but, you know, just.
Yes, well, but that made me think about how, you know, like you mentioned in your talk, languages are connected to feelings, to yes, senses of affection, and how when we talk about different, and so as teachers, maybe also making our students aware of the connotations that our words have. Maybe in one language, if you say something one way, it's not the same as when you say it in another language. So I think this translanguaging turn intermingle with this affective turn can really can be a powerful tool for communication, because many of the problems that we have in this world have to do with communication and maybe misinterpretations of what words mean, or how I expressed something. And so I think it's very interesting what you brought to the light there with your example about cambu and how it tastes different when you say it in Guarani as when you just say it in Portuguese or Spanish or whatever for that person. I never thought about it that way, but that reflects how strongly we feel about certain things, and how we attach emotions to words and to ideas.
It's not a case of code switching. It's much more than that. right? Because when you simplify the discussion for code switching, you say, okay, you don't know this word, okay, you're gonna say in a different language, but it's much more than that. I'm sorry to interrupt you, but yeah, I'm just trying to connect with this word of Cambui and many other things in multilingual spaces. We know that it's not a lack of repertoire, but it has feelings involved.
Fantastic. I have one more last question, Professor Canese, if we have the time. When we bring this into the classroom, which I think is extremely important to establish rapport with students, because they need to not like the teacher, but they need to appreciate the teacher in order to learn from him or her. There's this issue of classroom management that happens here, and I believe it also happened in other contexts, that most teachers still use this really behavioristic approach in their classrooms, conductivista still, which doesn't give space to have or it doesn't give space to students or to teachers to express this affective repertoire that you mentioned. Maybe because the teacher could be afraid that there could be a mess in the classroom, or so how can we implement this in our teaching practices, but also how can we keep control of the classroom in the sense that maybe if we practice this approach, maybe more students might misbehave. I mean, I'm not sure if I'm making myself clear with this, with my question. What I'm trying to say here is that we're still using this really behaviorist approach in our teaching practices still. I mean, most teachers. How can we make that shift, that change, and implement this into our classrooms?
Yeah, I think we don't have data from this. What I'm talking here from translanguage and affect in the classroom. But I think this is something that we have to to conduct research on that. But one of the things that I think we have to do is to unlearn some practice and deconstruct in some ways of this is just the way that you have to start there. Hello, class. How are you today? Just kind of. So maybe we go for the next class and say, how do you feel today, or other things. And I don't think that in terms of behavior, and maybe they would behave better because they can realize that someone, the teacher is there and treating
cares about
as a human, not just a name or a person or a number. And this is my feeling. And this is something that I, with the medical student, when I was discussing this with them, so I started this year with them, and they said, he said, you know what, last week I went to the hospital and I started examining the patient. And at the end, he said, you are the best doctor I have ever had. And actually, he's just in the second year. So, and then I asked her, so what do you, so why do you think he said this, these words? And he said, maybe because I gave attention to this person. And he was young, almost 23 years old. So I have the feeling that we have to change something. We have many problems of discipline in the classroom. I don't know if this is other way of looking at that, but also look at language, looking at text, and look at other things, not just analyzing texts, visual texts or online texts from something that is very, from, having something, using some established categories, for example, or something that doesn't take into account the effect. But I think we are just starting this discussion. This is something that we start discussing with these other colleagues, and we also want to know how it happens in other places, or starting addressing these issues as well. But my feeling that the result can be more positive.
Thank you so much.
More, less rational and more emotional. This is one of the things. But, I'm not saying that we could not go for the rational way, but you can also have space for other approaches as well.
And I think that's the way to go.
Yeah.
Professor Canese, do you have any other comments?
No, I just like to thank Ruberal Maciel for being with us here today. We really appreciate, it's the second time he's here. We appreciate his expertise. We appreciate sharing. We hope that he will send us an article to publish in our journal. And then we hope to continue to collaborate with you and with your university, Ruberal. We are really thankful for all the contacts with Alabi, with everything. It's just really fruitful and empowering for us to have you with us today and all this time.
Yeah, well, I'd like to thank, and I would like to say that I was affected by our first meeting, the meetings with the colleague from the Universidad Nacional de Asunción. So it was the first time that I was there. I had I think I was affected, by this presence. And for me, it's an honor. So every time you invite me, and also we want to collaborate here with my university. Thank you again for this opportunity of being here with you and all the ones that are watching us today.
Thank you, Professor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And we hope to have you here many more times.
Thank you.
And thank you, Ivan, for the great moderation during this time. Voy a cambiar al español para anunciar. Tenemos un pequeño intervalo ahora mismo, ya que hay un pequeño espacio en el programa. Nuestro próximo panel es a las 11, así que ahora mismo vamos a hacer un intervalo y volvemos a las 11. Muchísimas gracias a todos por su atención. Hasta luego.
Bye bye.
Ya estamos.
Bueno, muy buenos días nuevamente. Estamos de vuelta con el último día del segundo Congreso Paraguayo de Lingüística Aplicada. Tenemos un panel muy interesante, importante para nuestro país, sobre la lengua española en el Paraguay, de la mano de la Academia Paraguaya de la Lengua Española, quien este año nos está apoyando en este evento. Y para presentar este panel tenemos con nosotros a la profesora Marilí Vareiro de la Facultad de Filosofía, de la Carrera de Letras de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción. Adelante, profesora Marilí, muchas gracias por estar aquí con nosotros.
Buenos días, ¿qué tal? ¿Cómo están? Disculpen que estoy hablando desde mi teléfono. Estamos sin energía eléctrica en todo el barrio, pero vamos a conseguir salir adelante a pesar de las dificultades. Antes que nada, voy a presentar a una mesa que está formada por 3 grandes personas, docentes, además de escritores. Esta mesa va a hablar sobre todo de la lengua en la literatura paraguaya y algunos aspectos de la lengua en sí, independientemente de la literatura. La primera en hablar va a ser la queridísima Maribel Barreto. Ella es escritora, docente, a ella le gusta decir primero docente, escritora, es investigadora, crítica, tiene más de 35 libros publicados de obras literarias, de creatividad, tiene novelas, cuentos, poemas, y además tiene muchísimos textos para la enseñanza de la lengua y la literatura. Además de ser miembro de número de la Academia Paraguaya de la Lengua Española, ella es Premio Nacional de Literatura. Maribel, bienvenida, un honor y un placer tenerte con nosotros. Te cedo la palabra.
Bueno, lastimosamente le perdimos a Maribel. Estamos con el problema de electricidad. Así que, Marilí, te voy a pedir que le presentes a Victorio con su presentación que tenemos grabada. Ahí vuelve Maribel. Así que tenemos que ser tolerantes con estas incertidumbres tecnológicas que tenemos. Y las vicisitudes que se presentan a partir de la virtualidad, que si bien gracias a esto podemos conectarnos con gente de muchos lugares del mundo, también...
de las hidroeléctricas más grandes del mundo.
Exacto. Así que Maribel, te escuchamos, estamos muy contentos de tenerte con nosotros. Ahora sí te vemos.
¿A mí me estás hablando?
Sí, por favor, adelante, Maribel, ya te presentó Marilis.
Bueno. Perfecto, muchas gracias. Buenos días a todos los que escuchan o a la gente que nos está viendo. Si tienen suerte porque tuvimos este inconveniente y yo estoy dispuesta a empezar. ¿Ya puedo?
Sí, adelante, por favor.
Muy bien. Yo voy a hablar sobre cómo escriben nuestros escritores en lengua castellana, en el castellano paraguayo. Y para eso tomé cuentistas porque al comienzo dije que voy a escribir sobre novelas, pero iba a ser muy largo y el tiempo que estoy contando acá es reducido. Entonces también reduje mi exposición. Y empiezo así. Cada escritor tiene su conducta verbal. Recuerda, Jacobson, los dos modelos básicos de la conducta verbal. Primero, la selección y la combinación. Y segundo, el principio de equivalencia, basado en la similitud, principio que rige la selección. Nuestros escritores construyen sus textos como un mecanismo generador de cultura con una jerarquía de sistemas individuales en los que se expresa nuestra cultura por medio del lenguaje textual. Por tanto, la relevancia de la obra literaria demuestra el proceso psicosocial que califica a la obra literaria como cultura. Vamos a ofrecer seguidamente las características lingüísticas de las obras narrativas escogidas para este estudio, que al final residen el carácter sociológico y lingüístico. Es cierto que cada texto es un monumento único, diseñado, ordenado y construido como plan individual de cada escritor. Elegí uno o dos párrafos de los cuentos aparecidos en una antología preparada por el escritor Guido Rodríguez Alcalá. Todos ellos se refieren a episodios de la Guerra del 70. Veamos cómo se expresa en la literatura paraguaya la historia de la guerra contra la Triple Alianza. Empiezo con Teresa Lamas de Rodríguez Alcalá. Extraigo un párrafo de su cuento La Vengadora, de su libro Tradiciones del Hogar. Empiezo a leer el cuento. Se peleaba duramente en Curupaytú, la más espantosa batalla de la guerra. Un puñado de paraguayos, en comparación con las imponentes columnas incesantemente renovadas de los enemigos, defendía las trincheras con heroísmo estupendo. Una mujer con aires inconfundibles de matrona, a pesar de la humildad de sus vestidos, recorre la línea de defensa alcanzando agua a los heridos y bala a los tiradores. De pronto, carga el arma que deja libre a un soldado que cae herido y hace fuego. Dispara otra vez. Luego arroja el fusil y corre hacia donde el teniente se bate como un león y con voz serena, implacable, exclama: Pedro acaba de morir. Sí, lo he buscado entre los asaltantes y al verlo no sé qué terrible voz resonó en mi alma y no pude contenerme. Un impulso más fuerte que mi voluntad puso el fusil en mis manos, lo aceché, lo tiré y él cayó al golpe de mi tiro. Es un relato tremendo en que una madre mata a su propio hijo en las trincheras de Curupaytí cuando lo ve que viene como legionario entre las huestes enemigas. Es terrible. En el relato son más importantes los verbos antes que los adjetivos. La gradación y el ritmo ligero se consiguen con oraciones cortas, predicados verbales que agitan y mueven la acción. Y consiguen una acción dinámica impresionante. Es que la acción supera al plano del sentimiento. El nivel de la lengua es coloquial, correcto y claro. Economía de palabras y la frase desnuda de imágenes, preeminencia de verbos para lograr contundencia y poner el broche final. En el relato son más importantes los verbos. Muy bien, veamos cómo el mismo tema es recreado por René Ferrer y su cuento, el mismo cuento de Doña Teresa. Supuse que habría sido una leyenda urbana, por eso que tomó el mismo tema al principio, pero tengo la aclaración, y se la diré. Santa es el título de su cuento y es una recreación del cuento de Doña Teresa, escrito por René en el taller de cuentos de Hugo Rodríguez Alcalá, el hijo de Doña Teresa. Y dice así: no podía demorarse la batalla allí en Curupaytí. La consigna era defender la fortaleza, costara lo que costara. Las trincheras aguardaban con su lecho de espinas y ella ya sabía que Jerónimo pelearía a la izquierda y Serviliano a la derecha. Los aliados arrastraban su ensañamiento intentando inútilmente llegar hasta el corazón del combate. La ferocidad como esculpida en sus caras, con bravura santa defendía lo suyo, su tapera, sus hijos, sus recuerdos. Vengar finalmente la sangre compañera. De pronto a su lado sintió un hombre de los pocos que lograron vomitar coraje en las fronteras. Durante un segundo lo miró a la cara. Se le empequeñecieron los ojos. Se le desplomó el corazón y disparó maldiciendo. Solo entonces comprendió que lo había reconocido a tiempo y así lo mató. Poco después del alba, Jerónimo y su hermano enterraron al legionario, pero su madre ya no estaba para rezar por él. El episodio de la madre que mata a su hijo legionario en las trincheras de Curupaytí, René emplea otro registro muy diferente a Doña Teresa. Este es un castellano castizo y elegante, pero sin imágenes literarios. Asume con total realismo el dolor y el valor de la madre. Ambas maestras del relato, las narraciones claras y ricas. Mientras René utiliza más metáforas para describir la trinchera como lecho de espinas, otras metáforas como arrastre, otra, bravura santa, velocidad como esculpida en su cara y una exageración cuando dice se le desplomó el corazón. René utiliza el nivel literario de la lengua. Su relato escrito en un registro artístico de la lengua introduce un tercer personaje y finaliza con el entierro, el cadáver del legionario. Doña Teresa, muy realista, lo deja al pie de la frontera, de la trinchera. Dos cuentos para una misma historia, dos percepciones diferentes de un mismo episodio, dos registros diferentes de una misma lengua, dos niveles, culto y literario. Voy a Helio Vera. Tomo destinadas el párrafo final. Una encuentra partes de Dorotea, pero son apenas 20 las que descansan en el abra de la selva después de 3 semanas de desesperada y famélica marcha. Este grupo ha escapado a la muerte mediante el providencial encuentro con el Caiguá. Caiguá es un indio que les proveía de alimentos a las destinadas. Si Felicia hubiera aguantado 1 hora más, estaría compartiendo la carne asada con los demás, acumulando fuerza para alcanzar la cercana salvación. La información que les dio el indígena junto con los alimentos fue decisiva. Ahora ya saben exactamente a dónde dirigirse. Han terminado de comer. Estalla un eructo que celebra como un chiste bien logrado. El mismo sendero zigzagueante esta vez las lleva hasta una limpiada sobre un arroyo. Se aproximan abrumadas por el asco. El cadáver de Felicia cuelga de la rama de un árbol, la cabeza hacia abajo. Una de las mujeres llora de pura histeria. Otra trata de vomitar, pero no puede. El alimento se aferra al estómago como una garrapata hambrienta. De Felicia exhibe una extraña palidez la cara. Ellas se miran como si todavía esperasen un signo de vida. Ni siquiera cuando Dorotea resueltamente empieza a cortar la carne y distribuirla entre sus compañeras. Es atroz la descripción de él. Utiliza un castellano vigoroso y apasionante que transforma lo bélico en una epopeya del dolor y del valor, donde se diluye el sufrimiento de las mujeres para convertirse en un torbellino de acontecimientos en que las mujeres son protagonistas. Citamos las expresiones sobre el dolor y la muerte. Desesperada y famélica marcha. Escapan de la muerte, cercana a la salvación, abrumadas por el asco. El cadáver de Felicia cuelga la cabeza hacia abajo, llora de pura histeria, trata de vomitar, hambrienta garrapata, extraña palidez, cortar la carne y distribuirla a sus compañeros. Creo que esta es la frase más atroz con que se cierra el cuento, con este episodio de antropofagia. El autor, más que expresiones nominales y menos verbales, porque el movimiento externo es menor que el anímico y el psíquico. Los términos utilizados son propios del castellano paraguayo. La gradación se da con adjetivos o sustantivos fuertes, contundentes, como salvación, histeria, vómito, garrapata. Un relato naturalista que fuertemente fusiona el nivel del habla de los paraguayos al castellano universal para los hablantes del mapa hispánico. Guido Rodríguez Alcalá escribe: Francisco López necesitaba hacer culpable al coronel Martínez de la derrota de Humaitá. Para eso contaba con la colaboración de Juliana, protegida de los López, y de la mediación de Fidel Maíz. Desde entonces fue víctima de la cuestión. Los estiramientos en el cepo, los martillazos en los dedos, la violación. Ven, otro momento muy atroz de nuestra historia. Maíz participó hasta el día en que, habiéndole amenazado con el fuego eterno por desobediencia, ella le preguntó sinceramente si él creía en Dios. Pasaran por la cámara de tormento, nombre pomposo para el rancho: Resquín, Carmona, Aveiro, feroces, intimidados porque la Juliana es como decir a gritos que no tenía sentido ser valiente, que nadie había sido valiente. Francisco López se cansó de la rebelde y eso le dio un respiro a la mujer para conseguir un peine, tratando de componer ante un espejo sucio esos cabellos sucios que no podía recoger hacia atrás como antes, para no revelar la fea cicatriz sobre la ceja izquierda. Pero de cualquier manera decidió asearse. Se vendó la mano, se compuso la ropa. El soldadito le permitió gastar todo un balde de agua y hasta la lejía que se usaba en lugar del jabón. Juliana fue meticulosa. Le pareció una deuda consigo mismo mostrarse despejada y limpia cuando la llevaban a fusilar. Todo autor crea su arbitrio el universo interno con enunciados simples, cuya construcción interna sigue un orden lógico. Guido evita oraciones incidentales y aclaraciones. Su lengua viva, alejada de monotonías, los vocablos muy fuertes para expresar el martirio y el dolor, reproducen el efecto de la tortura. Estiramiento, cepo, martillazo, fuego externo, cámara de tormento, espejo sucio, fea cicatriz, crea imágenes con palabras usuales del castellano común. Se lee el cuento escrito con lenguaje claro, sencillo, abundancias de imágenes sensoriales que consigue enlazando palabras del común de la gente. Evita sinónimos rebuscados. Es el castellano de nivel medio y culto, y el broche llamaría a esta sencilla, aunque impresionante expresión, cuando la llevan al fusilamiento. Despejada y limpia, cuando la llevan a fusilar. Maybel Lebrón. Ahora leo a Maybel. Pancha con el rostro demudado, lanza un gemido cuando los dedos del hombre se incrustan bruscamente en sus brazos para sostenerla. Toda ella es puro heridas y esqueleto. Con la mano huesuda retira los mechones plateados que le cubren la cara. Y al ver las lanzas en manos de los soldados, un llanto silencioso lava sus mejillas sucias de tierra. Un claro entre los arbustos y cañas recoge con su serena belleza el ritmo de muerte. Son escasos 50 metros del árbol al arroyo. Pancha llega jadeante, se yergue con los ojos muy abiertos en el semblante color ceniza y exclama con voz ronca: Virgen Santísima, protégeme, no tengo culpa. Sus lágrimas retuercen contornos y deforman figuras vociferantes en aquel aquelarre en pleno sol. Sin fuerzas cae hacia atrás con las manos apoyadas sobre el suelo. Su gesto de resignado desprecio enfurece a los lacayos de López. La luz destella en sus lanzas y al hundirse con placer salvaje en el cuerpo enteco. Y entre dientes, puñada arruinada. Se oye seco el hierro contra el hueso y un vago quejido agotando su aliento en un último estertor. Con inútil saña recibe un puntazo en el pecho. Su cuerpo traspasado se estremece. De los huecos acusados barbota ya sangre tibia que resbala enrojeciendo la arena. Allí queda Pancha, altivo despojo para un cielo. Ese es el broche final. Reconocemos el valor semántico. Los vocablos empleados. Maybel narra en un nivel literario de la lengua utilizando imágenes literarias. Las posibilidades de nuestro idioma bien aprovechadas, como diciendo así: usa rostro, muestra un rostro demudado, incrustan los clavos, mechones por cabellos, mejillas por cara, jadeante en vez de cansada, vociferar en vez de gritar, lacayos en vez de criados, destella en vez de brilla, enteco por flaco, aquelarre por infierno de brujas, y la frase final: inútil saña, el último estertor, dinamizan su texto con imágenes de mucho movimiento. En un plano simplemente pragmático, sabemos que comunicar a los demás de un modo lúcido y escrupuloso las impresiones como de crueldad, varios adjetivos y algunos sustantivos. Saña, sustantivo, ferocidad, odio, venganza, exige tacto y una selección acertada de los vocablos, con autoridad técnica para lograr la experiencia estética que afecta a lo más profundo de nuestro ser, y eso lo consigue con creces la escritura. Con Margarita Prieto Llero sucede lo contrario. Ella muestra la otra cara de la moneda, es decir, el trabajo de la retaguardia, de las que quedan para sembrar las capueras, cultivar y cosechar los productos. Se lee con Margarita: el vicepresidente de la República, don Francisco Sánchez, me ha encomendado entregar a la compatriota María del Carmen Bobadilla una mención especial y una gratificación de 50 pesos por ser la agricultora que actualmente tiene más de 800 liños sembrados con diferentes productos farináceos, especialmente mandioca. Los aplausos resonaron en el Naranjal mientras un conjunto de guitarras irrumpía con los sones de la polca Cuñaguapa. María del Carmen sonrió complacida al recibir la distinción e inicia el Yeroquiguazú bailando con el comisario la polca tradicional. Pea Serembiapocué, dijo la agricultora señalando con orgullo su chacra. Y por ahí tereí, ponderó el hombre. Ya yo ve, dijo el comisario al retirarse. Yo ve, replica María del Carmen Bobadilla, y ajustándose las largas trenzas con su dorada peineta, que guavera. ¡Viva el Paraguay!, exclamó al unirse al grupo. ¡Viva!, respondieron entusiasmados los vecinos, mientras bailaban los rítmicos sones de la palomita. Al finalizar el festejo, todos ayudaron a cargar bolsas de mandioca en 20 carretas que durante la noche debían ser trasladadas hasta los depósitos ubicados en Asunción. Utiliza el castellano familiar, matizado de yopara, y hasta expresiones en guaraní tan bien insertadas en la frase que fusionándose no necesitan traducción. Hasta los nombres y apellidos de los personajes son muy paraguayos. Su cuento histórico costumbrista nos pone al tanto de la hazaña de una mujer que tuvo la mayor producción de mandioca para alimentar al ejército en campaña donde servía su esposo. Cuñaguapa, guaraní castellano. Liño, paraguayismo. Yeroquiguazú, guaraní. Peacherembiaporán y Poraitereí y Tuguavera son expresiones en guaraní. La utilización de los dos idiomas es un claro mensaje de la autora sobre el bilingüismo paraguayo. Augusto Roa Bastos nos narra la muerte del mariscal López. Así escribe Augusto. Están matando a Solano en el arroyo. Me interné a la carrera por un sendero hacia la orilla boscosa de la Quidabaniwi. Fui bordeando el arroyo hasta que vi al mariscal caído en medio de la corriente. Aún estaba vivo. La herida del lanzazo en el costado teñía el agua con su sangre. Un ennegrecido tronco de palmera le servía de cabezal. La hoja de su espada chispeaba en el aire manteniendo a raya a la soldadesca enemiga, paralizada más que por el arma, por la furia sobrehumana de esa mirada agónica. El jefe imperial volvió a intimarle rendición. Irguiéndose a medias con el resto de sus fuerzas, por toda respuesta el mariscal le lanzó una estocada. Exhaló aquel suspiro tremendo, aquel grito de me muero con mi patria. Un soldado enemigo se echó sobre él y lo aferró por el cuello. En la lucha cayó abrazado al mariscal. Otro apoyó la carabina sobre su pecho y le disparó a quemarropas. Es un extracto de su cuento El sonámbulo. Augusto Roa Bastos es diferente, asocia la naturaleza a la muerte, al dolor, al fin del hombre, al héroe que nace con la muerte. El agua, el arroyo circunda la muerte. El Aquidabán es el lecho de muerte del hombre que encarna a su pueblo, que exclama muero con mi patria, se echa en brazos de la muerte cuando se le disparó a quemarropa. Roa relata con prosa descarnada la muerte de Solano López. Elige vocablos fuertes, rotundos, como colores fúnebres. Un ennegrecido tronco de palmera sirve de cabezal. Y una imagen cinematográfica, casi fotográfica, del moribundo caído en el arroyo. Fuertes impresiones y emociones provocan la intimidación a rendición. El lanzazo y el tiro de gracia que lo ultiman. Se contraponen bravura y cobardía, estocada y el disparo final, el grito de la patria y el silencio de la muerte. El realismo de Roda utiliza la lengua como arma de estocada y de fuego. La lengua es dura, golpea como la estocada hiere, como el tiro enmudece al lector. La literatura despierta esas emociones con la lengua empleada como arma que denuncia fiereza inútil, la crueldad de quien goza matando. En los párrafos extraídos, la lengua es utilizada como látigo y espada, como la fuerza del viento y el fuego para condenar el dolor y la muerte y despertar sentimientos de odio, desprecio, compasión y orgullo. En síntesis, nuestros escritores dan testimonio de los hechos más dolorosos que registran los episodios de la Guerra del 70 en distintos registros lingüísticos, distintas variedades de niveles de nuestra lengua en que los paraguayos lloramos, sufrimos, condenamos, perdonamos, cantamos y reímos, a veces con lágrimas de dolor o de indignación, o reímos con alegría y satisfacción. Es lo que nuestros excelsos escritores nos demuestran. Muchas gracias.
Gracias a vos, querida Maribel. Clarísima y brillante, impresionantemente cómo pudiste hacer en tan poco tiempo un resumen tan claro, ¿no? Muchísimas gracias, se ve tu calidad de crítica. Por una cuestión de tiempo, sobre todo, ya continuamos con Esther y después hacemos vemos alguna pregunta para ambas. Esther González Palacios, ella es, disculpen, yo de memoria estoy diciendo parte de las biografías de ella, las estoy presentando de memoria porque como no tengo computadora, entonces Esther es licenciada y doctora en letras por la Facultad de Filosofía de la Universidad Nacional de Asunción. Es también docente, fue docente de colegio y de la universidad hasta su jubilación hace poco tiempo, y en muchas carreras de la Facultad de Filosofía. También es prologuista, crítica, hace talleres de estilística y también es entrenadora en capacitaciones docentes. Actualmente Esther es secretaria general de la Academia Paraguaya de la Lengua Española, donde es miembro de número y es miembro concurrente de la Real Academia de la Lengua Española, Real Academia Española. Esther, te cedemos la palabra.
Estoy encantada de estar con ustedes. Muchísimas gracias, Marilis, por la presentación estupenda, la ponencia de la compañera Maribel. Y yo voy a hablar sobre el español, el yopará y la inteligencia artificial en el lenguaje actual en el Paraguay. Primero, el yopará del Paraguay. La palabra yopará se escribe con J, cuya articulación fonética en lengua guaraní es Y. O sea que así la articulación fonética de la palabra es yopará, porque se escribe sin tilde como todas las palabras agudas en guaraní. Toda palabra guaraní sin tilde es aguda. Para su mejor presentación, son pertinentes algunos ejemplos extraídos de la novela Ramona Quebranto, con el cuerpo del texto en yopará esa novela, así elevado el yopará por primera vez al nivel literario por su autora Margot Ayala de Michel Agnon. Desde luego que los escritores siempre estuvieron utilizando yopará, pero interpolados dentro de un texto en español. Pero fue Margot la primera que escribió toda una novela en yopará. La modalidad del yopará, cómo se forma, aplica combinación de palabras guaraníes con españolas y también una transformación en el vocabulario, porque emplea la prefijación y sufijación guaraníes a lexemas españoles, con la articulación fonética del castellano paraguayo, como vemos en el siguiente ejemplo. Do vale Nicolare desperdiciare y peixa. No vale que te desperdicies en balde así. En este puede observarse en la expresión do valei la aplicación aglutinante de la negación do, ¿verdad?, como prefijo del verbo español vale, que asume la tercera persona con el fonema guaraní i, valei. Entonces, do valei. No vale, no sirve, no conviene. Nótese que si bien en guaraní las palabras agudas no se tildan, prevalece la norma ortográfica española. Porque en do valei lleva entonces el acento. Esto se observa también en reye desperdiciar, en la misma oración. Aunque el verbo español desperdicies, no vale que desperdicies, por ser palabra aguda en yo para, reye desperdiciar lleva tilde, como en español terminado en vocal. El yo para, como dije antes, combina también palabras guaraníes y palabras castellanas, palabras en guaraní y en castellano paraguayo, como en el siguiente ejemplo, también de la misma novela. Y es el último ejemplo que voy a dar en esta modalidad. Si te queda aquí, eso quiere decir, si te quedas aquí, te va a preñar nuevamente ese bandido. Porque momembú quiere decir embarazarle a una mujer. Literalmente quiere decir otra vez te va a hacer un hijo. Vimos aquí entonces esa combinación de si te quedas aquí en castellano, bandido castellano, y en guaraní membullebuta y quina. Dice Mario allí Mora. Cito. El yo para que pone un duende guaraní a la lengua española o le quita su musicalidad al guaraní con el trallazo del verbo español. Cierra la cita de allí. Esa fusión semántica y sintáctica de ambos idiomas es verdaderamente la realidad del habla paraguaya en el registro coloquial, sin que el guaraní altere su morfología. En el país bilingüe de América del Sur, que es el Paraguay, el español es un idioma que se estudia y se aprende. El guaraní también se estudia y se aprende. La lengua española tiene su academia y también la tiene el guaraní. La lengua española tiene su academia y también la tiene el guaraní, dije, ¿verdad? Y estamos aquí las dos academias en este congreso. Algunos lingüistas en este congreso se han referido a esa combinación de las dos lenguas del Paraguay, guaraní y español. También a la fusión de ambas en la realidad del yo para, de inevitable presencia en discursos dialógicos del habla paraguaya. En este contexto, las ciencias sociales se interesan en el mestizaje, así como el fenómeno social de la manipulación política que aplica el populismo nacionalista. Ya vimos a dos académicos que han hablado ayer sobre esto. Acerca de ciertas consideraciones filológicas, el guaraní, en su manifestación yo para, no está en riesgo de extinción, de sustitución por el castellano paraguayo, como algunos piensan, no. Ciertamente que, aunque por poco tiempo hubo algunos en ciertos sectores políticos pseudo-progresistas, ¿verdad?, que intentaron la implantación del español en lugar del guaraní, pero no fue posible. Jamás lo será, jamás. Erradicar la lengua ancestral que es parte de la esencia de la patria paraguaya. El yo para no es una tercera lengua, como algunos piensan, por la que se puede optar o en la que se pueden traducir textos, ¿no? ¿Por qué? Y porque no tiene una normativa, no tiene una estructura fija, sino que al andar se va formando. Ni siquiera tiene un vocabulario propio, pues los vocablos se van creando en el mismo acto de habla, en esquema de oralidad. Intervienen diversos factores relacionados con la situación comunicativa que se está viviendo en ese momento, en esta creación permanente. El yo-para se habla directamente con las dos lenguas unidas, en mestizaje permanente, en combinaciones siempre imprevisibles, siempre es nuevo, en esa característica que le priva el derecho de ser asumida como idioma, sin embargo, vive su encanto. El yo-para es propiamente una lengua viva, en constante creatividad. Es la lengua en libertad. Es la manera de hablar la lengua que llegó para quedarse y que no abandona la que siempre existió en la patria paraguaya. Así terminamos entonces hablando del yo-para, que es una inserción del castellano en la lengua paraguaya, en el habla del Paraguay. Ahora hablemos sobre la inteligencia artificial y la lengua española en el Paraguay. Bueno, la ciencia ficción ahora es realidad. La computadora, el ordenador, la sorpresa fue un día. En Internet no existen distancias y el teléfono móvil o celular, ¿verdad?, es una dependencia, pero que también es poder. Así, la vorágine del mundo, que ya no es ficción científica. La relación entre la lingüística y la informática se conoce e impone como la lingüística computacional. El avance tecnológico debe ser adecuado al progreso de la cultura. Los avances en sistemas de interpretación de texto y reconocimiento de voz, junto con el desarrollo de la inteligencia artificial reconocida como IA, han transformado completamente la relación entre el hombre y la máquina. La actualidad lingüística del Paraguay acusa ese impacto. Notemos que el español es el tercer idioma más utilizado en Internet. La Real Academia Española está desarrollando un plan de estrategias denominado LEIA, Lengua e Inteligencia Artificial. Con los compañeros de hoy, los académicos Maribel Barreto y Victorio Suárez, tuvimos la gracia de poder asistir a el 16º Congreso de la Asociación de Academias de la Lengua Española, ASALE, que fue la que convocó ese congreso. Justamente ayer estuvo en este congreso el secretario general de la Asociación de Academias de la Lengua Española. Hablamos del 16º Congreso de la Asociación de Academias de la Lengua Española, que fue celebrado en Sevilla entre el 4 y el 8 de noviembre. Más de 500 congresistas del mundo y representantes de las 23 academias de comunidades hispanohablantes, entre ellas la comitiva paraguaya, abordaron el tema desafiante de la relación entre la lengua española, la inteligencia artificial y las redes sociales. El director de la RAE, Real Academia Española, y presidente de la ASALE, don Santiago Muñoz Machado, se hizo cargo de la presentación del proyecto Lengua Española e Inteligencia Artificial artificial Leia. Hago la acotación de que el director de la RAI, presidente don Santiago Muñoz Machado, es también académico correspondiente de la Academia Paraguaya de la Lengua Española. Tal proyecto, de la lengua española con la inteligencia artificial, tiene por objeto el buen uso de la lengua española en el universo virtual. Velar por el buen uso de la lengua española en las máquinas, en este curioso espacio de la inteligencia artificial y las modernas tecnologías. ¿Y cómo? Fomentando el uso correcto del español. Él se refirió a la importante colaboración para esta alianza de importantes empresas tecnológicas como Google, Amazon, Microsoft, Twitter y Facebook, que en el marco de este inventado congreso, ¿verdad?, ellos hicieron oficial su colaboración con la firma de un acuerdo. Las declaraciones de la RAE y los socios tecnológicos sobre Leia, comprometiéndose a utilizar los materiales de la RAE, diccionarios, gramática, ortografía, en el desarrollo de sus elementos tecnológicos, que son muchos, ¿verdad?, que utilizamos: asistentes de voz, procesadores de texto, buscadores, contestadores, sistemas de mensajería instantánea, redes sociales, los traductores automáticos, atendiendo a los criterios aprobados por la Real Academia Española acerca del buen uso de la lengua en recursos y herramientas que ya están en funcionamiento y en implementación en todos los países cuyas academias integran, ¿verdad?, la magna corporación de la ASAL, con la seguridad del uso correcto de la lengua y de los recursos que la Real Academia Española ofrece en el espacio de la inteligencia artificial, con la necesidad de que la inteligencia humana mantenga el control sobre la inteligencia artificial, porque si no se dispara, ¿verdad? La Real Academia Española acepta neologismos, novedades aportadas por la tecnología. Estos términos se utilizan en el lenguaje virtual implementado en el Paraguay en diferentes ámbitos de comunicación. Don Santiago Muñoz Machado reconoció, y acá lo cito, que por más que las nuevas tecnologías de la comunicación hayan nacido en el entorno de lengua inglesa, la comunicación entre las máquinas y los humanos tiene que llevarse a cabo utilizando la lengua nativa de cada usuario. Y con todo destacó que es natural que las corporaciones que inventan los otros países y progresan en el desarrollo de la tecnología bauticen sus inventos, dice, utilizando palabras propias de su lengua. Algunas ya están incorporadas en la lengua castellana, en el diccionario por lo menos. Quien está dirigiendo la corporación dedicada a la magna obra del cuidado del tesoro lingüístico de gran parte del mundo donde se habla español, afirma con frecuencia que se está trabajando, cito, en un gran pacto estratégico para que la utilización de la lengua española por las máquinas dotadas de inteligencia artificial se incremente y se atenga a pautas acordes con la doctrina establecida por la Real Academia Española. Cierra la cita. Los correctores de texto, los sistemas digitales de traducción, los asistentes virtuales, Google, los asistentes de voz que obedecen nuestras órdenes y responden consultas. Hasta decimos, Bixby, llama a mi hermano, ¿verdad? Obedecen nuestras órdenes y responden consultas como cuáles son los asistentes de voz. De Apple, Siri. De Microsoft es Cortana. Alexa es de Amazon y Bixby es de Samsung. Forman parte de la realidad, con capacidad de entender la lengua natural del
Dentro
usuario.
de que no tengo mucha idea, diría que la vida es el propósito.
Ufa.
O la existencia es el
Perdón.
sentido.
Tengo mi celular al lado y entonces escuchó su nombre, no voy a decir más, ¿verdad? Su nombre, que es el asistente de Samsung. Cuando yo les di el ejemplo, inmediatamente me respondió la ayudante, ya decí despacito, Bixby. Forman parte ellos de la realidad, con esa capacidad de entender nuestra lengua, la lengua natural del usuario. Y por medio de la tecnología de inteligencia artificial se adecuan a nuestras preferencias y hábitos, ¿verdad? Que vamos programando. En el Paraguay, como en otras partes del mundo, el instrumento de comunicación lingüística usado presenta términos en lengua inglesa, ciertamente propios de actividades informáticas, aunque tengan sus equivalentes en español, porque la gente ya está acostumbrada a usarlo. Esta modalidad ya se presenta en situaciones de comunicación coloquial, inclusive con un resultado híbrido. Existen varios sistemas de reconocimiento de voz por inteligencia artificial ofrecidos al mercado digital y hasta en tutoriales. Uno puede contratar para que vayan traduciendo determinada conferencia. Y depende de la calidad, el resultado. Bueno, no siempre se puede, ¿verdad? Bueno, no se puede negar que esta expresión condicionada presenta importantes limitaciones por los consiguientes efectos propios de las relaciones entre el lenguaje humano y las máquinas. Así aparecen censuras no válidas, palabras poco usadas, errores gramaticales, confusión semántica. En películas, entrevistas, noticiarios, diferentes producciones transmitidas por medios televisivos nacionales y extranjeros, en los subtitulados de traducción simultánea del Paraguay, se observan incorrecciones y hasta aberraciones. ¿Por qué? Porque la traducción de voz a texto es una aplicación cuyo idioma materno no siempre es el español. Y por eso se hace necesaria una adecuada programación o enseñanza para el aprendizaje del traductor de voz, que es una máquina. La herramienta del teclado predictivo, aplicado en una enunciación. A veces estamos escribiendo un mensaje y sale otra palabra, ¿no? Con el teclado predictivo.
Estamos llegando a nuestro tiempo.
¿Cómo?
Estamos llegando a nuestro tiempo.
Bueno, muy bien. Cerramos. Bueno, ofrece esto curiosas experiencias que en situaciones informales a veces distraen y divierten. No se puede negar que suele resolver la búsqueda de una expresión o también una celeridad que es favorable, o en personas de vocabulario deficiente llega a ser una ventaja, pero su inevitable agramaticalidad llega a veces a alterar la expresión pretendida. En consecuencia, se altera la eficacia de la comunicación. Bueno, otra cosa, terminando ya, ¿verdad?, que presenta en la actualidad paraguaya es la particularidad de las abreviaturas, que eso vino ya desde los mensajes de texto. En conclusión de nuestra intervención, ¿verdad?, es en efecto un permanente desafío la realidad lingüística del Paraguay, en el centro del bilingüismo y del avance tecnológico. Los valores humanos deben ubicarse siempre como un eje del progreso tecnológico y científico. Se debe recordar por siempre, y acá termino con las palabras del ingeniero informático Tim Cook, que es nada menos que el director ejecutivo de Apple. Y él, sin embargo, dice, y con esto nos quedamos, cito, no me preocupa que la inteligencia artificial le dé a las computadoras la capacidad de pensar como seres humanos. Me preocupa más que la gente piense como una computadora, sin valores ni compasión, sin preocuparse por las consecuencias. Gracias a todos.
Gracias a vos, querida Esther, excelente, clarísima tu exposición. Hay varios comentarios que despertaste en el Facebook y en el YouTube. Ya vamos a llegar a su momento. Por ahora nos vamos a nuestro tercer panelista, Victorio Suárez. Es poeta, periodista, ensayista, escritor, o sea, narrador y académico de número de la Academia Paraguaya de la Lengua Española. Él también se dedicó a la docencia durante muchos años en la Facultad de Filosofía de la UNA. Tiene numerosos libros publicados en relación a obras literarias, poesía, narrativa, ensayos, críticas y sobre todo muchos manuales sobre historia de la literatura paraguaya también. Vamos a pasar a la exposición del...
Adelante, Juan. Ya. Ahí.
Hola amigos, ¿cómo están? Un verdadero placer compartir con ustedes esta ponencia denominada La poesía que camina, lengua española en la poesía paraguaya. Hablar de la poesía de hoy significa realizar una referencia directa e ineludible a lo que se venía haciendo desde la década de 1940 hasta la caída de la dictadura en 1989. Se trata indudablemente de una línea secuencial que parte de los tramos finales de aquella década que, a decir verdad, inauguró el arribo de aquellas promociones de 1990, 2000, 2010 y 2020. Con esto caprichosamente seguimos dando a cada década cierto formato de conjunto, pues cada 10 años aparecen significativas variaciones expresivas que tienen su toque de color representativo. No son generaciones, pues no están estructuradas como tales. Tampoco marcan los efluvios que Rubén Vareiro Saguier apuntaba como coetaneidad y parámetros educativos similares. Estas características se dieron solamente con la generación del 900, un grupo intelectual que reunió esas particularidades y aún más. La poesía paraguaya, como toda la literatura nacional, ha sido esbozada en el libro La literatura paraguaya como expresión de la realidad nacional, del poeta e intelectual Roque Vallejos, quien fue presidente de la Academia Paraguaya de la Lengua Española. En este magnífico ensayo apuntaba lo que sigue. Aunque teóricamente el alma paraguaya está dividida por la bisectriz de la lengua en dos mitades iguales y distintas, es innegable que la media luna guaraní encierra caracteres más profundos y espontáneos del espíritu popular. Aquellos versos de José Concepción Ortiz, Seré un indio que dice, su alma en español, no pueden ser tomados como simple expresión nostálgica de un nativista decadente. Luego afirma, de manera inteligente y de cara a la realidad: el problema, dice él, sin embargo, es que existen dos literaturas radicalmente antagónicas: una literatura popular y confinada y una literatura impopular o exiliada. La primera es la literatura guaraní, cuyo radio de acción no abarca los estratos más altos de la sociedad y se halla recluida o relajada al público rural o campesino, sea este habitante del campo o de la ciudad. Es la literatura o poesía viva del país, poesía total, que se hace sobre la onomatopeya del idioma. Los propios extranjeros que la escuchan terminan encantados por el sonido, la sinestesia, la imaginación fonética que les despierta. Poesía confinada, no obstante, por la restricción de un idioma, un medio cultural, por el castellano, que desplaza al guaraní hacia otros quehaceres menos intelectuales, considerándolo pintoresco y que vive como testimonio de épocas superadas. Con esto, Vallejos hace referencia a la escritura en guaraní. Conste que, con la incursión del idioma nativo en la enseñanza, el guaraní hizo lo suyo para afrontar las falencias ingratamente existentes. El magistral aporte del autor de la literatura paraguaya como expresión de la realidad nacional forma parte de un análisis sujeto al proceso cultural del país. Él ha metido el dedo en la llaga de una literatura de asombrosa variedad que, como vamos a ver más adelante, no ha experimentado desprendimientos significativos de las grandes corrientes universales que han influido, muchas veces tardíamente, en el conglomerado poético del Paraguay. Para entender este fenómeno no podemos dar la espalda a las nociones que marcan su templanza al revisar nuestra historia poética. En ese contexto vale seguir un poco más con la obra de Roque Vallejos, quien en el mismo capítulo señalado estimó de manera congruente y taxativa lo que sigue. La literatura es la castellana, exiliada dentro de su propio país por la impopularidad de su idioma y su lenguaje, fenómeno más acentuado aún por la literatura de vanguardia, cuyo lenguaje obstruso ha ido cavando hondas distancias entre el escritor y su público. Literatura que, si gravita, lo hace indirectamente a través de la propaganda de prensa, de la docencia imperativa o de circunstancias personales fortuitas, pero nunca por sintonía espiritual o empatía. Breve historia, perfil de la inspiración. Sin lugar a dudas, no se puede abarcar demasiado en un escrito breve o una ponencia. No obstante, supongo que las aseveraciones anunciadas más arriba responden con creces a los cimientos de la literatura y la poesía del Paraguay, especialmente en el aspecto histórico y lingüístico que, en el plano general, han gestado sus implicancias para entender en este caso. La poesía de hoy, cuya chispa bien definida inicia su cabalgar, seguramente en aquellos representantes del 40 y la voz influyente de Miguel Hernández, magnífico poeta español, traído por Josefina Pla en la memoria, tal como ella me había confesado en una entrevista periodística. Vale mencionar además que en esta década aparece el joven poeta Augusto Roa Bastos, quien luego de publicar un par de poemarios abandonó la poesía Ya en el exilio creó sus novelas Hijo de Hombre y Yo el Supremo, obra que lo llevó a ganar el Premio Cervantes de Literatura en el año 1989. Bajo la influencia promocional del 40 aparecen los representantes del 50. Estos, si bien no se caracterizan por la abundancia creativa, han dado a la poética del Paraguay probablemente las voces más logradas, la estructura estética más alta, emparentada con esos notables poetas clásicos y los subates del 98 y 27 de España, sin olvidar a los que aparecieron después. Esa fue la línea imperante por muchos años, hasta la llegada de las promociones del 70 y 80. Se trata de grupos heterogéneos que tomaron la palabra como un compromiso ante la longeva dictadura que comenzó en 1954 y terminó en el año 1989. ¿Qué podríamos decir de los que llegaron después? Posiblemente el hilo sistemático que se venía señalando y en periodos ya esbozados en esta ponencia haya cambiado su curso al culminar esa larga década del 80. Los protagonistas posteriores arrancaron con una antología de voces dispersas en 2 pequeños tomos para exhibir en cierta forma la marca de una importante cantidad de poetas con logros dispares en la poesía. Esa generación del 90 dio sus frutos, aunque pocos quedaron para enarbolar la expresión. Se jugaron por el aislamiento y quedaron con una producción que no resultó lo que se esperaba. Fue un tiempo que, turbado por la política y la libertad, nos sorprendió a todos. Sustanciales intelectuales se inclinaron por la arena política y comenzó una especie de vacío que se destacó por su extensión. Desde el 2000 hasta hoy se había perdido ese trabajo colectivo pero heterogéneo. Cada uno fue abriendo su propio camino. Algunas expresiones llegaron en envoltorios muy precisos para exhibir la buena calidad de la escritura, empapada de situaciones de orden existencial. Es una etapa donde se percibe el malestar. Se trata del fastidio como una herramienta de disconformidad ante el mundo que comenzó a percibirse con una especie de estaca en la yugular. La aparición de nuevas voces en la poesía paraguaya resultó decisiva para pintar con brocha gorda las paredes de un país anclado en el tiempo. El taller de la Universidad Iberoamericana, los cenáculos literarios de la Facultad de Filosofía y diversos grupos heterodoxos aparecieron para decir algo, es decir, surgieron a fin de demostrar que la poesía con virtudes y defectos estaba allí, vigente y activa. Pandemia entre rebeldías y desafíos. En los últimos tramos, entrando en este periodo pandémico, el aislamiento y el inminente peligro de morir a causa del virus implacable, generó una especie de acto de solidaridad entre los poetas y todos tuvieron mucho para decir y cantar a la vida con lenguaje patético, aunque esperanzador ante la amenaza. No se puede hablar de un estilo en la escritura de hoy. La realidad plantea cierta inercia hacia un destino incierto. En ese contexto aparecen las añoranzas hacia todo lo que fue. Hay cierta desesperación por lo que tenemos plantado, pero nos sostiene la fe, el retorno a la normalidad. Es cierto, cargamos los impulsos de una sociedad terriblemente mediática. Las redes rompen fronteras, vivimos en compañía de la información, donde las bibliotecas virtuales buscan suplir a las convencionales y donde el tráfico de palabras, expresiones o posturas estéticas se vuelven caudales torrentosos que transportan y transpiran por todos los poros. Mucha información, mucha literatura, muchas palabras. Esa inmensa posibilidad de intercambios abrió las fauces del dispendio, también del consumo literario. Hoy día ya no resulta impensable publicar en los medios digitales. Por ejemplo, muchos poetas actuales están dando a conocer sus obras vía internet. Hasta la presentación de libros se vuelven digitales. Esto nos dice que el panorama ha cambiado, pero sin olvidar lo que había escrito Dietrich Schwanitz. Nuestra cultura se originó en una revolución mediática. Se consagró en dos impulsos: la invención de la escritura y la invención de la imprenta. El mismo autor nos refiere algo interesante. La literatura es la gran educadora de los sentimientos. A través de ella aprendemos a observarnos a nosotros mismos y a los demás. Aprendemos psicología. Podemos ver lo que sucede en otros, cuando de otro modo su interior está reservado. Si cambiáramos en el texto la palabra literatura por poesía, daría exacta y acertadamente igual. A pesar de todo, en la poesía paraguaya de hoy sigue latente la búsqueda expresiva. Los poetas creen que algo irá a ocurrir más allá de la distancia en este mundo dislocado. Por el momento, vamos más allá de lo que Christian Schnirk recordaba de Jorge Luis Borges. Tenía poco más de 20 años, admitió, con serena resignación, que la literatura consistía esencialmente en ordenar palabras a lo largo de una línea. Vistas así las cosas, entendió además que las probabilidades de verdadera renovación eran escasas para un arte tan antiguo y a la vez tan limitado, ya que su único medio de realización son las palabras. A partir de entonces escribió y publicó poemas, ensayos, cuentos, reseñas bibliográficas, prólogos, biografías, artículos y en general cualquier tipo de texto que pudiera caber en una extensión reducida. Hay un fuego esencial que une a la poesía de hoy en Paraguay. Es posible, especialmente en aquellas voces que alcanzan la plenitud y la solidez sustancial, peregrinando sobre los destellos de añejos predecesores que transitaron y padecieron en esta tierra amasada por el infortunio y la corrupción descarada de sus gobernantes. Crímenes e injusticias van castigando impunemente el carácter de la nación. Es la epopeya del poeta de hoy, enfrentando las contingencias de la frustración a través del canto de rebeldía que no rehúsa los desafíos. Muchas gracias por este contacto. Felicitaciones a los organizadores y participantes de este evento. Cordiales saludos y hasta la próxima.
Bueno, y excelente la exposición de el querido Victorio, muy clara, muy completa. Hizo toda la evolución de la poesía desde sus inicios prácticamente. Bueno, veo que Esther es la única que quedó. Ah, no, Maribel está solo que ausente, está con la cámara apagada. Hay algunos comentarios, yo creo que es un poco, se nos hizo un poco tarde debido a todas las dificultades que hemos tenido con el tema de la falta de energía eléctrica. Ahí está Maribel, gracias Maribel. Entonces, no sé, Valentina, si tenemos tiempo para una preguntita.
Sí, creo que vale la pena
rapidito.
Una pregunta a cada una al menos para aprovechar su presencia.
Para aprovechar su presencia, muy bien. Esther, en realidad despertaste muchas expresiones con respecto al yo para. Mucha gente puso cosas referidas a esa, y una de ellas es que el yo para no es ninguna lengua, como diciendo, ¿para qué hablamos de ella? ¿No? Otros comentarios, es interesante las aseveraciones de la disertante en cuanto al uso del yo para, tanto en el guaraní y el castellano paraguayo. No sé si hay algo más que quieras completar con respecto a esto que acaban de decir, que no es una lengua el yo para qué hablar de ella.
Efectivamente, y lo dijimos que no es una lengua porque no tiene normativa, no tiene reglas fijas y se va formando, no tiene vocabulario fijo. Las palabras, las expresiones se van formando en la cadena hablar. No es una lengua. Es un modo.
Parece como... Perdón. Sí, Maribel, te escuchamos.
No es una lengua, pero es la expresión del pueblo paraguayo.
Claro.
Y figura en la poesía, figura en la historia, figura en los cuentos, las novelas, es decir, en toda expresión. Y acaso no escuchamos también en la lengua oral, la gente que transmite acontecimientos, sea en la radio, en la televisión, utiliza el yo para. El yo para es nuestro. Quizás no esté definida como una lengua, el dijo Esther, no tiene la estructura de una lengua ya formada, pero se va formando en el día a día, en cada necesidad que tiene el hombre paraguayo. Usted va a la cancha y escucha los gritos en Yopara. Va a un acontecimiento callejero y existe el Yopara. El que vende en Yopara. Entonces, no se puede decir que no hay que estudiar, hay que mencionar y hay que apreciar como una expresión del pueblo paraguayo. Es la fusión de dos idiomas, quiere decir que estamos apreciando, si lo usamos es porque apreciamos. Aunque no se tenga un análisis lingüístico sobre el yo para, un estudio, pero se usa. Lo que se usa hay que apreciar, lo que se usa ya es lengua, aunque no esté estructurada como tal. Eso no quiero decir, no podemos desconocer eso. ¿Para qué se estudia? Bueno, no hay de una asignatura que se llame yo para, pero el pueblo usa, sin necesidad de academias, el pueblo usa yo para. ¿Y por qué no leen un poco el libro de Melía? Él sí considera una lengua más que se tiene que estudiar y se tiene que crear.
Claro. Sí, de hecho yo ya escuché más de un lingüista decir que era más que una lengua. La profesora Valentina quiere hablar.
Agradezco las intervenciones tanto de Esther como de Maribel, porque claro, desde la sociolingüística estamos hablando de, obviamente, la lengua en uso y lo que la gente habla, que es que si bien, como dijeron ambas, no tiene una academia, el uso de la lengua, tanto lo que se llama yopará, que es más que una sola cosa, ¿verdad? Porque le podemos decir al yopará como algo que es el castellano con guaraní adentro, pero también se le llama yopará al guaraní con castellano adentro. Entonces, son muchos yoparás, no existe un solo yopará. Sí, entonces, por eso es que los límites de lo que es, ¿verdad? Guaraní, yopará y castellano muchas veces se borran. Y bueno, desde el punto de vista de lo que es lingüística, de lo que es enseñanza de lengua y sobre todo para nosotros como profesionales y estudiosos de la lengua, realmente es importante entender que estas barreras o estos límites a veces son artificiales y que bueno, que el yopará es algo que existe, que se usa y que, como dijo Maribel, no es una asignatura que se llama yopará porque no está reconocido como una lengua, pero que sí es algo que existe y que no podemos negar su existencia. Así también lo manifestó Esther en su ponencia tan interesante sobre la inteligencia artificial.
Maribel, ¿querías comentar algo?
Es no solamente una derivación, sino una fusión de las dos lenguas del Paraguay. Entonces, por eso tiene valor. Y muchos lo consideran como un dialecto, quizás. Eso hay que discutirlo y decir el dialecto consiste en esto, el yopará no tiene esto o aquello. Pero funciona y vive en el alma del pueblo. Vive en la música popular. ¿Por qué no le discuten a Emiliano R. Fernández y a muchos otros que escribieron en yopará? No solamente guaraní. Entonces, el yopará existe en la conciencia, existe en la psiquis, existe en la memoria colectiva, existe en el pueblo. El pueblo hablan yopará. Sufren yopará y cantan yopará. Todas las serenatas que llevan en el pueblo existe el yopará. Los cultores de la música popular y tienen que cantar el amor, el dolor, la muerte, como sea, usan yopará. Ustedes le vamos a exigir que vaya a la Academia Española para escribir sus versos, a la Academia Guaraní. Escriben lo que sienten, escriben como pueden, escriben como quieren, y eso no está prohibido. Así que está equivocada esa persona que hizo esa aseveración muy ilógica, de no estudiar no se necesita de luego estudiar, se aprende y se siente el yopará. El yopará está en la sangre del Paraguay. Así que no.
Y desde el punto de vista de lo sociolingüístico,
muchos están
interesados en ese.
Te diría también la psicolingüística, porque el hombre del interior, la mujer del interior, operan en yopará. Entonces piensa y se expresa en yopará. Nadie es totalmente puro en este país bilingüe, nadie es totalmente puro. Ni aún el más intelectual se puede considerar. Ven ustedes que siempre hay una mezcla, hay un préstamo, hay una derivación o hay una fusión de las lenguas. Y así se va creando el yopará.
Claro. Esthercita, ¿querías comentar algo?
Solo quería decir nomás que justamente por la gran importancia que yo le doy al yopará, que le doy más importancia que a las otras dos lenguas, justamente por saber que es, como dije ya, la lengua viva, fue que elegí como tema de mi ponencia, porque soy una fan del yopará.
Sí, y les recomiendo a los que están escuchando anoche a las 19 horas desde la Sociedad Científica del Paraguay, una colega joven recién vuelta de los Estados Unidos, ella es psicolingüista y que estudia desde la neurolingüística los procesos de los bilingües, dio una conferencia muy interesante sobre cómo se procesa el bilingüismo en el cerebro y realmente vale la pena si buscan en YouTube, en el sitio de la Sociedad Científica, y justamente ella habla de lo que dijo Maribel, ¿verdad? De cómo las lenguas en el cerebro coexisten y culturalmente eso se refleja, y que el multilingüismo no es una excepción. Nosotros no somos especiales en ese sentido, Paraguay, sino que es la regla en el mundo. O sea, la mayor parte de las personas en el mundo son bilingües y multilingües, y todas las personas que tienen varias lenguas utilizan su lengua de maneras creativas y como cuando coexisten culturalmente, entonces se da ese intercambio de lenguas, ya que posibilita que todos nos entendemos en ese yo para, ¿verdad? Que existe en nuestro país.
Y ustedes, profesores...
Y agradezco a ustedes por traer este tema a colación, que es siempre bastante controversial y genera sentimientos encontrados en nuestra gente, en nuestro país.
Diciendo que el usuario es el que elige cómo expresarse. Entonces eso nadie le puede discutir, tiene el derecho. La mente funciona así, de ese modo. No hay otra cosa. Porque cada uno elige cómo expresarse.
Es verdad. Bueno, muchísimas gracias. Valentina, si querés cerrar esta mañana.
Muchas gracias a ustedes.
Sí, bueno, nuevamente agradeciendo de todo corazón a Maribel y a Esther, y también a Victorio, que estuvo de manera más virtual con nosotros, por sus ponencias muy interesantes y enriquecedoras. Le dieron destaque a nuestro Congreso. Queremos pedirles, si es que tienen la posibilidad de enviar algún artículo para nuestra revista, vamos a estar recibiendo hasta el 30 de noviembre, que va a salir una edición especial del Congreso. Así que nuevamente muchas gracias, y nosotros continuaremos a partir de las 13:30 por este canal, el programa sincrónico, y tenemos un panel en simultáneo por otro, también que se transmitirá por Facebook, pero por otro Zoom, digamos, por otro Meet, con un panel, un mega panel también de perspectivas decoloniales en lengua y literatura portuguesa en frontera, que empieza a las 13 horas, un poco más temprano, ya que tenemos bastantes personas en ese panel, y que estará moderado por el profesor Gabriel Maciel de lengua portuguesa. Así que tenemos una tarde todavía bastante agitada, y les invitamos a seguir conectados con nosotros, y agradecemos especialmente a Marilis por los contactos y por conseguir estos paneles, y también a las panelistas. Muchas gracias.